I'm not crazy, Malin. I'm, I'm, I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Good evening, afternoon, or whatever time in the world it is for you. Welcome to the Kunoichi Rising Championship. This is a Overwatch tournament, as you might imagine, consisting of the top 8 teams from the Calling All Heroes Rising circuit that have been competing throughout the year, throughout our Calling All Heroes Rising season. And they've been invited to this invitational tournament to show off their skills and determine a Kunoichi Rising champion for the year. I'm Kiara, your play-by-play caster, and I'm joined by Ben.
Yeah, what we've done here today is take the top 8 teams from COD Rising by circuit points and invited them here to this tournament. We're going to be taking you through one match in the upper bracket today between Less Than Colon 3 and Fruit Salad, two very familiar names to those of you who may have followed Calling All Heroes Rising this year. They are just two of the teams that are going to bat today for this Kunoichi Rising Championship crown.
Yeah, indeed. And Fruit Salad is a name some of you all may know, as they placed second very recently in the Calling All Heroes Major 3, I believe it was. Both of these teams obviously have been competing, are fairly well known in this Calling All Heroes circuit, greater than Colon 3, placing fairly consistently, fairly highly in previous tournaments. But both of these teams are fairly well known, have very, very talented players, have competed at a high level in the past. In particular, Fruit Salad I believe both of these teams have exception players, as you may know, Calling All Heroes Rising and Kunoichi Rising by the same token, have a rank restriction where you can only have a roster of players with a peak of Diamond 1 or lower. With one exception, you're allowed to have one exception player who can be Masters, Grandmasters, even Champion if a team had a Champion player they wanted to put on a roster. I don't believe we've seen that happen yet, but who knows? Maybe there's a first time for everything, and we're gonna see a Champion player in this very tournament.
Yeah, I don't think there are any champion players on either of these teams, although I don't know. You never know. People improve, especially through Rising. There's a lot of opportunities for players to improve. We've even seen players who through Rising have basically, aged out, right? Not aged, but like leveled out of Calling All Heroes Rising. They've developed their skills to the point where they're, no longer below Diamond or even below Masters.
Yeah, there's a couple really good examples of that. I believe there was a team that placed 9th in Major 3 that was comprised primarily of players that have played in Rising, as well as Timeless Anomaly, who of course played in the Calling All Heroes Challengers Division Championship, which is of course the division with no rank restrictions, so you can have as many champion players as you want. But there are, like you said, examples of those players that improve over time and are able to compete in the Challengers division. And now, speaking of competition, we have our bracket for this tournament.
Yeah, so these are all names that you've definitely seen around the Calling All Heroes Rising circuit: Kaiju Corp, MX, Pixel Peep, Colon Less Than 3, Fruit Salad, Fable, Rising, MRG, Amethyst, Crimdra, and Sakura, Mochi. A couple of these also affiliated with some other teams, like you've got Fable Rising, with Fable, MRG, Amethyst, affiliated with MRG, who are a small team from, I think, Finland or something like that. Definitely looking at Kaiju Corp MX as one of the favorites here. I think they've largely been one of the stronger teams in Rising throughout most of the year, kind of behind, like, Lava Lilies Rising and, like, the Timeless Nightmare squad. They've definitely been up there as of recently, as well as Fruit Salad, who we're going to be seeing in just a bit. But really, even throughout the year, we've seen a bunch of different teams take different Rising crowns. Fable Rising won one. Lava Lilies Rising won some. Fruit Salad won one, I believe. So, especially in Rising, you know, kind of sometimes depends on who's doing the best on this particular weekend. That'll be what determines who actually wins. I think this is kind of anyone's tournament.
It definitely is. Especially with how the meta, the state of the meta at the moment, it feels like there's one very, very dominant composition, and while that means that it can come down to a matter of just like who's better at playing that one composition, you can also see teams, especially in Rising, look for different pathways, look for their own comp that suits their strengths, their comfort picks and such. And I think especially there's one team that you mentioned prior actually that is very, very notable for their comfort picks, that being Kaiju Corp MX. They, in the last Kunoichi Rising tournament, which I casted, they basically just ran through the lower bracket, got all the way to the grand finals, I believe, by playing Zarya, which at that time was not a very common pick. I believe the meta was primarily Orisa and Ramatra, but Fable Rising did actually win that prior Kunoichi championship, that Kunoichi, I think it was the Kunoichi Crush or Kunoichi Cosmos. Either way, they are coming into this tournament off the back of some significant success, and I'm sure they will look to continue on that success, perhaps make a run for themselves, make a name for themselves.
Yeah, I believe we're going to be taking a look at the rosters here momentarily. As again, as we've kind of been saying, right, like this is the culmination of, or an unofficial culmination, you could say, of the Calling All Heroes Rising circuit that we've seen throughout this year. Less than 3. We've got Saccharin. Kiara, do you want to take a shot at pronouncing the Echo player's name? I don't want to mess it up.
Oh, that's it's
oh wait,
I mean it's
Memento
it's
Moria,
but
yeah, okay, I
yeah.
see it now. The X is, yes, Toxtricity, one of my favorite Pokemon, Chelsea, and Tiniopgia.
Chelsea is not one of my favorite soccer teams, unfortunately. But no, this is a lineup that's actually found a fair bit of success in both Calling All Heroes and Kunoichi. I believe they placed fairly highly in previous Calling All Heroes tournaments, as I'd mentioned earlier. I myself am not extremely familiar with this roster, but I have seen the name greater than :3, the branding, yeah. And I mean it's a great branding. Greater than :3, it's just a silly face. How can you not love it?
This is a squad that kind of bombed out of the Calling All Heroes Rising Spotlight that happened the week before Calling All Heroes Champs. They went out in 7th in that tournament, losing their both of their matches. But it definitely, like, it's still capable of coming back stronger. I think, honestly, like, this is a bad justification for saying to watch this player, but, like, I like Toxtricity the Pokemon, so, like, Toxtricity the player, like, clearly can't be too bad. I am also looking at, just looking at Liquipedia here, frankly. That says that Saccharin played tank in that tournament and Toxtricity played DPS. That might be wrong. Maybe they've role swapped. Who knows? But it'll be interesting to see how they're able to work together in this current metagame. As taking a look over at Fruit Salad, another great team name. Everybody in this bracket has just great team names. Mothfia is a player that I'm familiar with. They are a big Rising supporter. Somebody who's you know, really tried to bring a lot of attention to the Rising scene. And this is another squad that has done pretty well recently, placing 2nd in that Rising Spotlight. So looking for Mothfia to make an impact, as well as I think this the tank line I think is really important in Ka Rising. If you have the better tank player, I think that's one of the biggest gaps you can have.
Definitely, I definitely agree with this, with that, and especially for Fuzzy Dough, who is the exception player for Fruit Salad. Um, I think having that tank player, especially in this rank, the tank differential is so important because the tank really is the tip of the spear for a lot of compositions. I mean, occasionally you'll see like some very weird composition where the entire team is playing around like the vision aggro that a DPS is drawing, for example, like a Pharah or Widow composition. But in most cases, especially in this current meta, you're gonna see the tank player, the Hazard, being the big focus of a lot of attention, of a lot of resources, of a lot of damage, and especially with how strong Hazard is at the moment, basically being the sole determinant of the current meta. Hazard, and of course Sojourn being as good as she is at the moment, but primarily Hazard. Let's be realistic. We've all come up against Hazard in our ranked games. But yeah, like you mentioned, Mafia is also a very competent support. Having seen them play, they're pretty good at the video game. It has to be said. Looking at Zeathrin and Hostile, I have seen both of these players put up big performances, especially in that the most recent Calling All Heroes Rising Major. Hostile was putting up a outstanding performance on the Flex DPS role. So we will be looking to see more from them, especially if this team wants to make a deep run into this bracket, which we absolutely know they can do.
Yeah, as we're going to be heading over now, I believe, to our map selection screen. Map 1 is going to be Ilios, yes. As a slightly different map pool format from OWCS in terms of what maps we play and the order in which we play them. We're going to be starting off on Ilios. Not necessarily expecting anything too odd here, especially considering the lack of like hero bans, but should be just kind of expecting a lot of the same stuff that we've been seeing across most levels of competition.
Yeah, definitely. I remember when Hazard was first released. My team at the time was scrimming with Hazard, and our coach, after one map, he said like, just shut it down. We're playing Hazard from here on this entire map from now on, because Hazard is just so good at being able to take map control and stage for 4 engages onto the backline. At points on this map, because there's a ton of relatively short walls that he can just wall climb. You don't even have to use cooldowns to get up to those high grounds. You can just climb. And while his wall climbing is somewhat limited in distance, the map design and the height of a lot of these maps still enables for that for you to take high ground really easily. But we're not seeing any Hazard here, actually. Fruit Salad opting for this Echo Tracer variant of the Junker Queen composition, and Greater Than Colon 3 is going to be playing that classic Echo Tracer Winston dive we all know and love.
Yeah, Echo just got buffed recently, so we've been seeing more teams experimenting with her, and along with the Tracer buffs, that combination of characters is really strong right now as Fruit Salad is just bowling over them. That was really quick. Oh boy.
I mean,
there's that exception player gap for you. Fuzzy Dough just engaging onto the enemy, I believe, with that commanding shout. It's so quickly. The Winston just gets absolutely shredded by the Queen at close quarters if you're not using high ground properly.
Oh, absolutely. And this comp from Greater Than Colon 3 really relies on you being able to set up, being able to get your off angles online, and basically just choke out Fruit Salad. But when Fruit Salad just runs onto you like that, it's kind of hard to do anything, really. You just aren't able to play the game. As we're seeing Greater Than Colon 3 try to get back into this map. Nyx takes out one. Fuzzy Dough is just like, Fuzzy Dough's already just running rampant. It feels like Greater Than Colon 3 can't even get anything set up. You saw Hyuka trying to engage onto that core of Fruit Salad, but their entire team is just falling around them.
Yeah, I think this just shows how important positioning is, even at this level where Memento Moria was only a little bit lagging behind the rest of her team, but wasn't able to actually survive the onslaught from the Kiriko and Junker Queen of Fruit Salad.
Yeah, and we're seeing this
coming out here onto the Hazard
from Greater Than Colon 3. The duplicate gonna come out from Zeathrin, already putting so much pressure and taking out Saccharin early. Again, Greater Than Colon 3 just isn't able to take any space on the map. They're not able to get any map control as Zeathrin picks up a 4-piece. That's just, I mean, way to make a statement from them.
Yeah, I don't expect Fruit Salad to be playing much Hazard at this point. We're gonna see a Reaper swap coming over from Memento Moria. Not actually sure what this is going to do. I think playing the Reaper, you want to play at close range, and that kind of favors what Fruit Salad is doing. I feel like you're playing into their hands with that swap, but sometimes you just gotta you just gotta do what you gotta do to feel comfortable.
Sometimes it's just Reaper Friday, you know?
Oh, Chelsea.
It's not, Chelsea's just not having a good Friday, though, and she gets instantly taken out by the Rampage. The ult investments from Fruit Salad just putting the final nail in the coffin on this point, and really, Fruit Salad are, they came here to play. They came here to make a statement. They're showing that they want to go deep in this bracket, and that they want to really contend with the best of the best in this tournament.
I don't think anybody died on the side of Fruit Salad.
I think you're right.
That's not ideal.
Indeed, it's not. And for Greater Than Colon 3, I think they're gonna start to be wondering if they want to make some adjustments, which it seems like they are going to do. Those Brig on a backline. Oh, they're playing. They're just playing the full.
This
dive
is a point. This is one of the points where you can do that. I think this one and the other point of Ilios definitely favor the dive style that Greater Than Colon 3 want to play, as they told us on their team sheet that they like playing dive. So I think I'm looking to Saccharin to make an impact here, but Hayuka kind of got sure. Oh boy.
Oh
that was
wow.
quick.
Hostile just that. I don't even know what happened. Memento Moria just got removed from the face of the earth. And Hostile picking up an early 2-piece. Now, Greater Than Colon 3, again, it's the same problem where it feels like Fruit Salad is just able to outpace them. And if you're Greater Than Colon 3, you have to figure out a solution to that sooner rather than later, because now that outpacing is going to carry over to the ult bank. But it looks like Greater Than Colon 3 actually mirroring the Junker Queen. Interesting.
Yeah, that fight ended so quickly that Fruit Salad didn't actually build up that much in the way of ultimate charge, because Greater Than Colon 3 wasn't able to even get that much healing out, so they basically just had one round of HP to work with.
Yeah, and they definitely did, but you're seeing again, like, Fruit Salad is forcing big, important cooldowns from Greater Than Colon 3 so early, like, they're not even able to get onto the point before Fruit Salad's getting a pick, and again, Hyuka the first to fall. Saccharin does get a trade.
Finally a kill!
That's the first kill.
Good! That's progress! That's progress! Good job, Saccharin!
I mean...
Yeah, listen, it seems like Greater Than Colon 3 was trying to adopt the strategy of just go first, which is a good way to kind of try and get an edge against a team that's maybe just more mechanically talented than you. It's, you know, something that the Ka team I run, Hypnos, it's a strategy we tried sometimes when we felt like we were worried about being out-mechanicked, is you just go first and outpace them. The problem is, if the other team is also trying to go first against you, and they're more mechanically talented than you, you're just gonna lose.
Yeah, we're
Hayuka
seeing
somehow
again,
survives that.
So many cooldowns
And
get forced before Greater Than Colon 3 is even able to get onto the point. That pulse bomb investment got Hyuka so low HP so early in the fight that you're just at such a big resource disadvantage before you're even able to take any map control, before your Reaper's even able to get in there and do damage, before your Cassidy can really start shooting the tank, forcing out that commanding shout, forcing out the cooldowns.
That was a really early commanding shout.
Yeah, Zythrin gets 2 picks with the Disruptor shot of all things. You don't see that very often. And Fruit Salad is kind of just... Fruit Salad is just playing the game. They're gonna take this first map in extremely dominant fashion, really.
Yeah, that was effortless. I mean, 1 death on the side of Fruit Salad that entire map. If the rest of the series goes like that, it's we're gonna be out of here pretty quickly.
I mean, I'm a big fan of competitive Overwatch, so I hope not. I want to see map 5s every match, to be honest. I don't care if my throat's gone by the end of it. It's more Overwatch is more Overwatch, the way I see it. But in order to make that happen, we need to see some big adaptations, some big changes in how Greater Than Colon 3 are playing. Because right now, it feels like Fruit Salad is kind of just walking at Greater Than Colon 3, and Greater Than Colon 3 is trying to do the same thing, but they're just not able to match the aggression, the cohesion, the sheer presence of Fuzzy Doe on that Junker Queen.
Yeah,
who
this feels like a mechanics diff.
it kind of does, yeah.
To some extent, and I don't say that to denigrate anybody on the side of greater than :3, but it definitely feels like, you know, I don't know what ranks these players are, right? But, you know, even in ranked, right, there's a difference between somebody who's diamond versus gold. Again, I don't know what ranks these players are, but I think you definitely saw that difference. And Fruit Salad is one of the better teams in COD Rising, and greater than :3, they've been around a decent bit, but they haven't had too much in the way of a ton of success in COD Rising, right?
I know Fruit Salad has had a lot of success. I believe greater than :3 places fairly well. They get top
Yeah.
8 fairly consistently.
Honestly,
but they're not
not really. I mean, I'm looking at some of the history, at least in the time that they've had that name. You know, a couple of Swiss stage exits, only one top 8 finish, or 2, I guess, if you count LCQ. But, which again, like, no denigration to them, but we might just have a bit of a team diff on our hands. But we're going to be heading into map 2, and we're going to have a substitution from the side of greater than :3, maybe trying to get something going here. Vengeful is going to be in on support. Itenio Puja is going to be out, so swapping out the flex support here, maybe trying to get something else going. We'll see. Maybe enough to be a spark, some kind of spark for the side of greater than :3 here on map 2.
Looking at the team sheet for greater than :3, it looks like Vengeful really likes playing Moira. So maybe we're gonna see some sort of, maybe we could see a few. I know a few teams were running this Malga Lucio Moira. I have seen a few examples of teams. I know Supernova, formerly Dreamland in the OWCS tournament bracket, was playing.
Well, that didn't
Hazard
really
with
work out very well
Moira.
for Supernova, did it?
Well, I mean, they didn't necessarily lose because they were playing that. They lost because Amplify just plays Malga.
I have some bad news for you, because the coach of Fruit Salad is the analyst of Amplify. So if greater than :3 is going to copy Supernova's playbook, we might have some bad news on our hands.
I didn't even notice that.
Yes,
but...
I noticed because, and not to break the fourth wall, but I just recorded an interview with some of the Amplify folks, and we talked about Shoching's impact as an analyst. But here, the head coach for Fruit Salad, alongside Willowtron, who is somebody else that I'm familiar with, wrote a good op-ed for us about COD Rising over at Cryx a couple of months ago. Not to just plug my own stuff, but it's marginally relevant here. We're going to be heading into map 2, Hybrid, which is going to be King's Row. So, potentially a substitution to maybe play some kind of Juno comp. Maybe they want to go old school and play like a BAP Rush comp. BAP is kind of weak at the moment. Or not that he's weak, it's more that he just kind of struggles against Hazard, because he isn't as mobile, and Immortality Field can be pretty easily dealt with by the Hazard. So we'll be curious to see what greater than :3 comes out with on this map. I hope to not see Reaper, because I think that it is not... I feel like playing Reaper into what Fruit Salad want to play is sort of trying to beat them at their own game, their own tempo, and based on map 1, I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, if map 1 was any if map 1 was any indication, then you could argue that this map will be over really quickly. But again, going back to that Supernova versus Amplify game, we've seen that map 1 is not exactly the best indicator of who's going to take a series.
He still looks
interesting.
So with the Reaper Sojourn, Lucio Moira, hyper aggro rush comp, listen, if I'm sitting watching if I'm a greater than :3 supporter, I'm a little nervous about this, if only because it seems like they want to play super fast and they really struggled doing that last map.
To be fair, it never really felt like they were able to even get a fair shot at playing fast.
No.
Although Fruit Salad is on this Reinhardt composition, Zythrin starting out on that Widow doesn't really work out particularly well for her, so she is going to switch over to that Sojourn. But most importantly, Nyx is on that Moira, not playing the Baptiste, not even playing the Juno, which I have played a few times. I played a Brig Juno Rein composition in my own Calling All Heroes, in my own time as a Calling All Heroes player, but that's irrelevant. What is not irrelevant, what is very, very relevant at the moment, in fact, is Fuzzy Doe on that Reinhardt, just swinging the hammer around and killing everything, pretty much. As Zythrin picking up 2 more picks on that Sojourn, playing an absolute blinder of a performance thus far, as Fruit Salad are going to take this first point.
Yeah, it just looks like greater than colon 3 kind of falls over at any sign of pressure, unfortunately. I do like the Moira pick from Fruit Salad. I think, especially at this Rising level, where not everybody is necessarily the best mechanically, Moira can be a pretty decent substitute for a lot of flex supports in different compositions. At the highest level, you tend to only see her in like hyper aggro compositions, often with Reaper, with like a Ramatra or a Malga or something, but I think here you can use her kind of in the role of a BAP or a Kiri to some effect. As a strong wall there is going to isolate... Oh,
a 360
you're
shatter!
trapped in here with me! Oh my god! They try and isolate Fuzzy Doe with the hazard wall successfully, might I add. A good wall to block off Fuzzy Doe. Fuzzy Doe responds with a shatter and almost wipes out the entirety of greater than colon 3.
I mean, that... What can you even do?
Greater than
Fuzzy
colon
Doe
3
just
have no...
dropped the hammer of God upon
Yeah.
them.
I mean, they have nothing to mitigate a shatter.
Yeah,
Except
I mean,
for, like,
the
sound
problem with
barrier.
switching off that Kiri onto the
Sether,
Moira
what?
is that you lose the Suzu, and Zythrin already getting a pick as Nyx is getting
They're
so
so
aggressive
far-
with his
oh my
coalescence.
god.
Fuzzy Doe following up, and Fruit Salad just runs through everything standing in their path right now. Greater than colon 3 is watching things turn from bad to worse in front of their very eyes. They need to make a change, and they need to make it fast. As you're seeing this card already rolling almost to the second point, with 4 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Fruit Salad, greater than colon 3.
Fuzzy Doe is 78% to another Earth Shatter. Now,
That is insane.
here are the good things for greater than colon 3. You have, okay, alright, we're fighting. Never mind, go Kiara!
The Hazard Ult comes out. It's not going to really get any picks, though, as the support ultimate comes out. The Mafia's sound barrier very, very well timed. And Fruit Salad's just going to run away. They're just kiting it expertly. They're kind of just able to ignore the ultimate from greater than colon 3, as there isn't really enough follow-up. As Zythrin now coming in with that overclock, going to look to grab a few picks to swing the balance back in favor, and there's one onto Vengeful, that Moira the first to fall, and another shatter from Fuzzy Doe, just to put the hammer down once more. 4 minutes and 57 seconds, and this cart will get moving again after a brief hiatus. Now, greater than colon 3, swapping onto the Orisa.
Okay, I like this swap. This is definitely what I would do in this position. You're coming up on Sound Barrier and Overclock and Death Blossom, Fruit Salad of the Coalescence and the Blizzard. I mean, that Overclock, they just ran away. They didn't really do... Oh, a really early Sound Barrier is gonna... Oh, absolutely phenomenal. That Sound Barrier was forced out so early, and then once that... Blizzard immediately and capitalizes on that for another team wipe, as they're gonna maybe have to go through one more fight here with double DPS holds from greater than colon 3, but who knows what they're gonna be even able to do.
Yeah, the tempo advantage on the side of... I was gonna say the tempo advantage on the side of Fruit Salad is so big, but Hyuka just runs in and trades Mafia. Will fall, but not before getting a crucial pick, and Sakurin gonna take out Hostile, but again, the picks still trading in favor of Fruit Salad, still trending in their favor rather, as Zythrin completely uncontested on that high ground. She's just gonna rain down bullets from above. Doesn't even need a rail, gonna finish the job, as Fruit Salad just... They just don't stop. They just keep going. They look unstoppable right now, it has to be said.
So that was fast. That was pretty fast. I think so. I think this is a bit of a learning opportunity. So I want to go back to that point, that fight right after Fruit Salad capped point B, where when they basically kited back, and then Shetharin used the overclock. And what Greater Than Colon 3 did in that fight, well, they basically didn't do anything. They essentially gave up all of their space for free and didn't really do anything to try and counteract the Sojourn ultimate. They didn't really kite it, because as they were moving back, Fruit Salad was moving forward. I think that maybe is a little bit of a disconnect between the tank and the Lucio of like where we're going. But you know, I think if I'm Fruit Salad, I'm kind of thinking full hold or bust, potentially. You know, maybe touch the spawn door challenge. We'll see. How you going to be sticking on the Orisa? I mean, they did get a kill when they swapped to Orisa.
That's progress.
Greater Than Colon 3 did. So, you know, it's the little things. You got to take the small victories.
I mean, yeah, you've been probably looking to recreate that 1-2 Hollis song, turn 1 kill into 2, and turn war into a fight win, if not a truce, but Zythrin just does not like 2 Hollis. I don't agree with their opinion on his music, but that's irrelevant, as Fruit Salad,
I'm not sure what song you're referring to, but Hayuka got walled off there, something fierce, and once that happened, I mean, the fight was basically already won, right? Hayuka can pop Fortify and Spear Spin, but you're just not going to escape from that. Vengeful dies to a Fire Strike. It's all falling apart again. This
is just brutal, is what it is. There's no other way to put it. Zythrin apologizing to the wall. Letting Stream know that she does not feel it. She feels bad about her actions, but you know.
I feel like listen. This is gonna sound mean, but Greater Than Colon 3 are making Fruit Salad look like Team Liquid right now. I mean, Fruit Salad are completely in control. Oh, the Shatter.
Oh, the Earth Shatter on the corner.
And a great disengage. Knows that she got the value with the Shatter. Doesn't want to lose her life in the process. Gets around the corner, lets the rest of her team do the rest of the work. I mean, textbook Reinhardt play on defense here from Fuzzy Dough.
I mean, that's the thing with this Reinhardt. You're so good at holding space, at just being able to swing, create space for your DPS to play the game, to shoot the other tank to force cooldowns, that even when the other team is able to take space like that, you're just able to respond with that coalescence, even as Mafia gets traded by Saccharine. 2-3 picks in favor of Fruit Salad, and it just doesn't stop, as Fuzzy Dough already, again, halfway to another Earth Shatter.
I don't think Zythrin, Fuzzy Dough, or Nyx have died this entire series. I think Mafia's maybe died 3 times, Hostiles maybe died twice. That's what we're looking at. If it seems like we don't have much to say, that's mainly because Fruit Salad is in control right now. Close to a Terra Surge and have a Coalescence here. We're looking to try and combo those as Hayuka's gonna get walled off again.
Oh, that Blizzard as well. The Maywall to force Orisa cooldowns, and then the Blizzard to just finish the job is such a brutal combo. It's very well played from Fruit Salad, but from the side of Greater Than Colon 3, you have to be on some level. You have to understand that Blizzard is coming if you're ult tracking it all.
Oh my god.
Okay, Fuzzy Dough. Okay.
Alright.
Point taken.
Okay. I see. And with the 2019 Super Reinhardt skin to boot, I see you.
This really does feel like
she's
SF shock
a
during
fan
their
of
golden
Nomi,
stage.
maybe, but unless they're a fan of Nomi, but
was Nomi on the Shock roster during season 2?
Yeah, 2018, but it was the same skin,
right? It was Super Smurf and Choi was their, and Nevix, I guess, was their tank.
Or Smurf, yeah.
Smurf
just a
played
complete kiting of the Terra Surge just there as well.
Yeah, I mean,
and now the
Fruit
sound
Salad's
barrier
understanding of just kiting, disengaging, re-engaging with their advantages is so good. And Zythrin, again, with this Sojourn, just coming alive every fight, getting that first pick, it feels like without fail, and 20 seconds on the clock for Greater Than Colon 3. You have to come up with something here. You have to break the deadlock somehow. You have both your DPS ultimates, you have that sound barrier from Chelsea, maybe to react to the ultimates, but Zythrin gets a pick again! The sound barrier as an engage condition, but Fuzzy Dough with the Earth Shatter, just there is no engage. Memento Moria gets one, trading out Mafia again, but Nyx with that Coalescence just to seal the deal, just to put the fries in the bag, put the fruit in the salad, and take them to match point.
Yeah, that was Man, I know they're being cordial, but like typing like good map after that almost sounds like trolling. I know it's not. But like it almost feels like it. This is what a well-coached team looks like in a macro sense. And what I mean by that is what you were saying of Fruit Salad have their engages and their disengages extremely down pat, and their ultimate usage, right? They're not over ulting in any of these fights. Which to me implies that they're not, they're not taking the piss. They're actually taking this seriously. They're not dumping 5 ults on a fight because they feel like they can win in the neutral. They're actually trying to build good habits, build good practices to become a better team, which is really what Rising is all about. It's about improving as players.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, like you mentioned, Shoching being a coach for this team is manifesting, is showing up. It's very apparent in how well drilled they are, because again, going back to Amplify, that team was able to find so much success because they were really, really good at the macro of the Malga comp, because they were able to take an unconventional and off meta strategy, because that's what the Malga Reaper Sombra composition is at the moment, an off meta strategy, and get so good at it that they were just able to overwhelm other teams through their pure ability to nail down their engages and play that comp to its strengths, which is again what we're seeing with Fruit Salad in real time, both on that Junker Queen and that Reinhardt comp. They're so good at being able to go first, and even when they don't want to go first, even when they can't go first, go second, force fights in favorable positions to remove the other team's advantages, and then take a fight on their own terms with their own ultimate or cooldown advantages. And that is, like you said, an example of a very, very well coached team, a very well drilled team, and a team that is at this point probably very confident in their ability to close out this series and go even further in this bracket.
Yeah. We're going to throw it to a quick break now, give these times team to prepare for map 3, give >3 some time to pull something out of the hat and see if they can come up with something to do on map 3, which is going to be a Clash map. Right? That's what that icon is, right?
I believe that is Clash.
Yes, Clash. It looks similar to the Flashpoint icon, but yeah, we're gonna be heading over to Clash on map 3. Which, listen, we've seen some Clash speed runs in the past, and I don't want to count >3 out, but if we're doing Twitch chat preds, like, I'd be taking bets on how fast will Fruit Salad cap the point. But we'll see after this short break.
Got lots of love. Got lots of love. Lots of love. Lots of love. Got lots of love. Love. Got lots of love. Love. Got lots of love. Love.
Welcome back to the Kunoichi Rising Championship. We are here in round 1 with Greater Than Colon 3 versus Fruit Salad. So far, it's been a bit of a stomp. That might even be underselling it. Three of the players on Fruit Salad I don't think have died in 2 maps. But we're gonna be heading into map 3 Clash. We're gonna be going to Hanaoka and seeing if Greater Than Colon 3 has any magic tricks up their sleeve to potentially send the series in another direction.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, if there was ever a time to turn this series around, to put yourself on the front foot for Greater Than Colon 3, it's right now. It's just right now. This is map 3. You're at match point. You're down 2-0. You've looked completely out of it. But I mean, there really is no time like now to switch it up, to change up the pace, and at least make the series competitive. Even if you can't win, just putting yourselves in that headspace that you can compete with a really, really good team can do so much for your mental, for your attitude going into the rest of this tournament, regardless of if you lose. In my own experience, I mean, playing in Calling All Heroes, there are a few teams that are just like so good. You feel like you can never beat them. But even just being able to take them close, take a map off of them, take even a sub map if that's
winning
what
a
you
fight.
need, like, even a fight, yeah. Okay, well, I mean, you can't just stack 5 ults and then win a fight, but But like being able to take
Greater
a
than
map
colon
or-
3 haven't done that yet, though.
That-
So, like, I you know, those are the margins that we're dealing with, which is no disrespect to them, but that's just the reality of the situation. Hanaoka. This is a very snowballable map, right? This is, you know, we'll see kind of how things play out, obviously, but I would just take a look at the time up on the top center of your screen. Just keep that in the back of your head as we begin map 3.
Yeah, I think
Commence attack on objective C.
this is.
Okay, so
We're seeing
fruit
pretty much
salad
the
running
same
out on the
compositions.
same compositions as last map. Really looking at how these Moiras are able to get value, in particular, like with their ultimates. Because Coalescence can be very useful, or it can kind of do nothing. Different part of the map that Greater Than Colon 3 are choosing to fight on. They're going to burn down Fuzzydo, and they actually get a kill onto the Sojourn from Fruit Salad.
Zyphon gonna get this early first pick. The trade onto Hyuka coming out, so no tank for the side of Greater Than Colon 3, but it doesn't matter as they're still able to take out the supports from Fruit Salad. Fuzzy Dough getting Brawlic in the back line and taking out both of the DPS from Greater Than Colon 3 though. But this is still a market improvement. Even though you lose that first fight, you do make it close. However, don't look at the number above Fuzzy Dough's name, Greater Than Colon 3. That is a very scary
Look,
number.
that was... Okay, they're gonna get it... Oh, how you could just get burned down by the disruption shot? Ooh, that's a very aggressive shatter there from Fuzzy Dough. That is an asserting one's dominance Earth Shatter.
That
as
Earth
they are
Shatter-
going to... Yeah.
That wasn't even a shatter for picks, it was a shatter for aura.
Yeah, technically suboptimal, but epistemologically justified.
It's
as
psychological.
Fruit Salad now, coming up on a coalescence of Greater Than Colon 3, Nick's about 10% head of Vengeful. But Vengeful closing that gap.
Yeah, look at how much space Fuzzy Dough is taking. She's now going to use that charge to get back onto the point. But Zythrin is able to use the space that Fuzzy Dough created to get 2 picks. Wait, Zythrin, this is ridiculous, please. The coalescence from Nyx going deep into the backline with Fuzzy Dough, but like you don't even need to take that much space at this point. You've already basically captured the point. Greater Than Colon 3 probably won't even be able to touch, and now it's a matter of this third and potentially final point. Are we going to see the snowball continue is the really big question here, as Vengeful does have this coalescence, but Hyuka going so deep, taking so much space, getting right up in the face of that Reinhardt, but it doesn't matter as Zythrin able to get a pick on Memento Moria. Vengeful though with that coalescence trading them out, trading her out rather, as the sound barrier from Mafia comes in to try and stabilize, but it's not going to come to any avail as Vengeful is going to take them out. And now, Greater Than Colon 3 are going to be able to get that first point capture on this third point.
Yeah, they're finally, I think, gonna maybe get a point on the board here for the first time in the series, which is good. This is good progress. It's a Fruit Salad. Yeah, looks like they're not going to contest that. So congrats, Greater Than Colon 3. On your first point cap of the series. There's a very strong Terra Surge with the Death Blossom, and that might lead to a second point cap. The combination of those ultimates enough to wipe Fruit Salad out.
Greater Than Colon 3 appears to have woken up as the ult investments are paying big dividends. They did use both DPS ults and that Terra Surge, but I think you're fine with that if you're Greater Than Colon 3 because now you're on even footing. You're able to really get back into the series. Not if Zythrin does that though.
Yeah, that might disrupt Greater Than Colon 3's ambitions of a second point cap as there's an A. Oh, Chelsea. Oh, Chelsea.
It's just caught in 4K. Oh no.
Oh boy.
You hate
Yeah,
to see
that's
as a main support player, I felt that one in my chest. That has to hurt for Greater Than Colon 3. As now you don't have any ultimates going to this next fight. You're back on that third and final point. And Fruit Salad, they've got almost 4 ultimates to work with, and Hostile has already put them at a big advantage, taking out Memento Moria. Nyx and Fuzzy Dough just compounding that advantage even further as Greater Than Colon 3, they just look completely blindsided by Zythrin on that Sojourn, by Fuzzy Dough on that Reinhardt, just really the entire the aggression with which Fruit Salad is able to play in that Blizzard coming out again, the ult investment first from Fruit Salad, even though Saccharine on that off angle with this overclock, with this Sojourn Rail, looking to do anything. It's one tick now is all that Fruit Salad need to finish this series, and Chelsea's already fallen. The Coalescence from Vengeful coming out, but it's not going to do anything as Zythrin will take them out. Saccharine able to trade out Zythrin, but still so heavy in favor of Fruit Salad as that percentage meter is ticking up ever higher. The sound barrier from Mafia, a beat drop to signify victory as Fruit Salad, unless Hyuka can pull off a miracle, they won't be able to touch the point. That's it. Fruit Salad with the 3-0 will move on to the second round of the upper bracket.
So, listen. Here's the good news. For greater than colon 3. You won a fight. You won 2 fights. And capped 1 point. That's good. That's progress. That's better than on the first 2 maps, frankly. And you got play of the game. That's not nothing. That's really not nothing, right? I think, yeah, I think it's kind of just a team diff. But, you know, I think occasional moments of brightness on that last map there for greater than colon 3, but in all, pretty strong performance there from Fruit Salad.
Yeah, Fruit Salad just, they confirmed what we knew about them prior. They confirmed that they're very well, they're very good at the game. They're definitely a highlight team, a team to look out for in this bracket, in this tournament, and a team that can definitely go deep, can definitely go all the way. They looked, I almost want to say, better than they ever have before in this match. And I don't know how much of that is down to their own performance or just due to greater than colon 3 looking kind of just caught unawares by their playstyle, by Fuzzy Dough on that Reinhardt especially. But regardless, Fruit Salad are gonna move on. They're gonna be in high spirits. They're probably gonna look to go all the way in this tournament bracket. But for greater than colon 3, the story's a bit different, as now you're in the losers bracket. It's all to play for. You cannot afford to lose another match. You have to show up, and you have to show up now. Otherwise, you're gonna go out 0-2 in this tournament. And I mean, nobody wants to go out 0-2 in a tournament bracket. It just doesn't feel good.
Yeah, Fruit Salad definitely showing themselves as a real contender to take this whole thing. As we are, I believe that's it for me today. As we are going to throw to a break, and when we come back, we'll have another match, I believe.
Yes, we are gonna have the second round of the winners bracket.
I would assume we would have more Overwatch on this Overwatch broadcast.
Yeah, no, we're casting Deadlock now. Actually, we're casting Marvel Rivals.
Deadlock isn't even out yet, right?
Deadlock's still in beta, I believe, or it's still in like the closed alpha thing. But yeah, we're gonna be casting fighting games now.
We'll see you on the other side of this break.
I'm not crazy, Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Hello and welcome back to now round number 2 of the Kunoichi Rising Championship. We've got a new face here. By that I mean me. I'm here with Kiara. Thank you for hopping back in and joining me for now round number 2. We've got quite a treat. We've got Sakura Mochi going up against MRG Amethyst, and we've got a lot of familiar names and familiar faces here.
Yeah, definitely. I'm still here. I'm just on the right side of the screen now. But looking at this bracket, we did just see Fruit Salad take down Greater Than Colon 3 in quite dominant fashion. That first upper bracket match is still finishing up, or that last first round upper bracket match is still finishing up. So the winner of KCMX versus Pixel Peeps Rising is going to go on to face Fruit Salad, but that is not what concerns us right now. We are focused on the other second round upper bracket match, MRG Amethyst versus Sakura Mochi. Now, both of these teams won in quite convincing fashion, 3-0s on both sides. The relative strength of the teams that they faced isn't really going to be that much of a factor, as both of these teams are fairly well known, are quite good. They've both been in and around that top 8 of Calling All Heroes Rising brackets recently. So in this Kunoichi Rising Championship, it is going to be, I think, this is going to be a pretty hard fought, pretty interesting match, I think.
Completely agree with you. And in terms of these two teams, going, of course, first to MRG Amethyst, we've got quite the stacked roster there. You've got Neko, Sophie, Vaxis, Seabunny, and Faith wrapping up the support line. Teams and players that you have seen all over the place on teams like MRG Agate, MRG Garnet, and the Bronze Beasties, as well as UD Phoenix. So a bit of a scattering of players from across the Rising scene.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm not entirely familiar with some of the players on this team. I do recognize Sophie from Apply's sub pugs back when he would do Overwatch pugs fairly regularly. She was a very notable talent on the hit scan, would just lock Widow on 200 ping and do absolutely ridiculous things on that character. So I definitely think there is potential for her to just have an absolutely lights out performance on any hit scan hero of your choice. But yeah, this team, their favorite comps are Diva and or Queen compositions. So there's definitely a possibility that we see them going off the beaten path, just like in our last match. We see teams opting out of playing that hazard, opting to play compositions that lean more towards their strengths, more towards what they feel they're comfortable on, what suits their strengths as a team, as individuals. They also, in terms of their information, they all would like to note that, in particular, Vaxis drinks way too much Monster. Neko drinks not enough Monster. Sophie drinks Dr. Pepper, which, yeah, Dr. Pepper is just the best. It really is just the best soda of them all. Seabunny doesn't like Monster. Fair enough. I get it. I don't like Monster much either. And Frostbite, who is also on this roster but is not in at the moment, doesn't know what Monster is. So, a range of opinions on Monster, the energy drink, of course. That's to be expected. It's just a perfect sample of the population of Monster drinkers regarding their opinions on Monster. But anyways, not to conduct a study on the population of Monster drinkers, but this team, of course, very talented, very versatile, and I'm sure will have a good showing in this match.
Yeah, for context, when we put out our team sheets where we ask players their names, their battle tags, how they pronounce their names, and all that information that you see over on the screen, we also ask for additional information, and that is what they put. Unprompted, they talked about Monster and Dr. Pepper, just to give you a sense of these two teams. But going now over to Sakura Mochi, we've got honestly quite a stacked lineup here. as we look towards this roster. You've got Fast Q, Lilac, Tiny Shiny, Patroclus, Subrich, and then on the substitute on the bench, you have Akechi.
Yeah, I mean, this roster is stacked to the brim. I mean, Tiny Shiny, we all know her. We all know her name. She's like, she's a Calling All Heroes caster. She's been doing co-streams of the OWCS of the OWCS bracket matches as of late. I've actually been watching them a lot. They're really, really fun. But she's a really, really good caster in her own right, and I'm sure an excellent player as well. Lilac, of course, if you've been following Rising, you're gonna know them. Lilac is an absolute weapon on Tracer, on Flex DPS in general. I believe they're playing Hitscan at the moment now for this team, which is an interesting role swap, but their Tracer is the last time I casted a Kunoichi tournament, I remember Lilac's Tracer was like a standout and then some. The things they were doing on that hero were mind-blowing, to say the least. But that's not to say that the rest of this team is any slouches either. Patroclus, I know, is a very competent main support from their previous time on Sakura Mochi, as well as Akechi, and I believe Fast Q is a new addition to this roster, but I'm not entirely sure on that.
Yeah, Fast Q is originally from Fruit Salad as well, so they have quite the experience in Calling All Heroes. And I'm interested in this DPS line. Lilac put with the support role in that bottom left, but is their, of course, their DPS player. As you said, a prolific Tracer, but so is, to be fair, Tiny Shiny, putting Tracer as her preferred hero. And also, I've seen her Tracer. It's quite a thing to be afraid of. So I'm interested to see who's going to take the Tracer out of the two of these players. As we get ready for our first map, you'll have to wonder how these two strategies are going to collide.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we could see a Team Falcons-like situation with this DPS line, where you're just putting whichever hero, or whichever character, you're letting whoever. Well, both of these players are excellent at Tracer, so maybe it just comes down to who's more comfortable on Tracer in the specific system, on the specific map, at the specific time, and or even like with a Genji or a Mei, for example, who is flexing and who is able to play that more comfort pick. But irrespective of that, I really want to see what compositions they run with regard to the tank and support lines, mainly because I don't know as much about those players, but also because, as you mentioned, Fast Q is a new addition to this team that could well impact what sort of strategies they want to run with respect to her hero pool, her strengths as a player, even how much her communication, her comms, how much of the mid-fight calling she would normally do. As in my own experience, I've seen that impact what sorts of compositions teams play quite heavily, where you have a tank that just is constantly calming everything, fight planning, ult tracking, your mid-fight rotations and such, versus a team where someone would want to play, where you'd want to have more your main support or even your flex support calling things in the mid-fight that normally your tank would, or that not necessarily normally, but in some other environments your tank would be calling, and how that can affect what compositions you want to play, what strategies you want to play, how you want to approach fights and map control and things like that. My camera is not having a very good time. I don't know why it's doing that. There we go. I'm back.
Oh, the autofocus is not doing you great, as we are just waiting for these two teams to get into lobby. I promise we're not missing anything. We're just waiting as we finally load in to our first map, which is going to be, we're going to go to the sunny shores of Samoa. Interesting pick, I think, for the first one.
That's why I hate Samoa. I don't like this map at all. My camera was dilly-dallying, but now it has had to lock in, and so will these two teams as we go into Samoa. Of course, a map that is fairly I mean, you can play a lot of compositions on it. I feel like the hazard comp that's been hard meta as of recent has been very, very strong, but it's not the only thing you can play, not in the slightest. You can play that Malga, you can play, as we've just seen, things like the Reinhardt, the Orisa at this level if you're confident enough, if you're practiced enough. And another composition that can pay off massively if you are playing comfort picks is a Wrecking Ball composition, which we could be seeing from Sakura Mochi. This is a big surprise, as I didn't expect to see much of Wrecking Ball. If
I don't
anything
believe
at
it.
all.
I don't believe
Okay,
it.
no, we're on
Yeah,
Orisa.
no,
I
it was
can't have any fun
baited.
ever.
I don't believe it. I didn't believe it for a second. Both of these players are going to teleport out and switch on to a Tracer and a Genji. Different plays for different folks, as now Vaxis and the members of MRG Amethyst are going to engage right on top, axe swing onto Fast Q as Sakura Mochi start to wrap around. Big rotation coming through from MRG Amethyst as they have the point presence, but they aren't able to confirm any of these kills. Recall forced out from Tiny Shiny, now starting to move on to the point, as the Orisa is going to use her Fortify. She's gonna stay alive. Lilac and Tiny Shiny both struggling in terms of HP, as now Neko looks to engage onto Fast Q. Tiny Shiny in some trouble, just barely staying alive in the end. And just gonna get healed up as Lilac will confirm the first kill onto Sophie. Fast Q landing the Javelin onto the Junker Queen. Getting a lot of value out of this Orisa, but neither team able to really get control of the objective first, as MRG Amethyst will hold to the last man.
Yeah, this fight very, very drawn out, but the thing that ended up putting Sakura Mochi ahead in the end was the fact that they were able to develop that off angle with Tiny Shiny on that Tracer, whereas you saw Neko mainly playing with her Junker Queen a lot more, and not really taking any off angles, not really looking to create an alternate source of pressure, an alternate source of vision aggro, which is very, very important, especially now with the state of Overwatch. But Sakura Mochi now building up towards some big ultimates. That Pulse Bomb also in line from Tiny Shiny, probably going to use it to get an early pick as this fight breaks out.
Yeah, there goes the Orbital Strike from Akechi. Going to power up the entirety of Sakura Mochi. Pulse Bomb out from Tiny Shiny. No one in the kill feed from it yet, but Sophie going to be the first casualty again in this fight, as the Kitsune Rush will expire from MRG Amethyst, and they're a bit lost here. They're still looking for a pick here. Frostbite nearly there. Oh, and Vaxis' ult is just going to get stopped right then and there. Fast Q, though, in some trouble, going to get taken down as the rally comes out. Many ults coming out from both of these teams, the Beat and the Blade, and it'll be MRG Amethyst pulling out the victory, snatching it from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, again, you saw that first pick onto Sophie coming in because it's so easy without that Genji on the off angle, creating some different source of pressure. It's so easy to just run onto that Sojourn. But once the fight breaks out, this Junker Queen composition, once it's able to go in and get in the face of the other team, it's so much more effective. And you saw a lot of ult invested now, which is putting Sakura Mochi into a better position, as they still have that Terra Surge from Fast Q, which is going to come out now. Sophie, though, with this overclock, could look to put things right back into the balance.
Yeah, I was going to say this overclock is what I'm scared of for Sakura Mochi. Is that Terra Surge is now gone and done, and they're 30%, well, 25% now from Akechi's ult, but they've already lost Lilac. Tiny Shiny close with the Pulse Bomb, but just can't find much, and they might not even need these ultimates to win the fight. Sakura Mochi are going to be pulling back, and they lose Tiny Shiny on the way out.
Yeah, Tiny Shiny getting picked there is not too bad, as you still have that really fast respawn from her, but what is pretty bad is the fact that you only have 2 ultimates. I did just look at MRG Amethyst ult bank, they do have 2 as well, but that overclock's still online from Sophie. Now MRG Amethyst staging really heavily towards this left side of the map, as they're going to overtake Sakura Mochi's point percentage. Sakura Mochi, they need to start making something happen. They need to act fast.
That was a great disengage from Seabunny, members of MRG Amethyst, away from the orbital strike. from Akechi. Incredible as Trey's going back and forth. Vaxis in some trouble. Needs just a crumb of healing. Bunny in a lot of trouble here. Vaxis close to this ultimate, but is gonna get taken down by the headshot out of Lilac. Big right click to take down the Junker Queen right before she gets this ult. As Sakuramochi will keep the point, but for how long, I ask?
Yeah, that's the really big question. You look at MRG Amethyst ult bank, they have almost 4 ults online. However, the point percentage is creeping up and ever higher and now getting to a last fight scenario. Sakuramochi as well, they're building up to 3 ultimates of their own. But Tiny Shiny's already taken out Neko, and now for MRG Amethyst, call them Igor because they are running out of time and they need to make something happen now. They need to use these last 3 ultimates as Sophie died with that overclock used.
There goes the Junker Queen ult. It's gonna land onto 2. Akechi and Lilac. One of them needs to die, but both of them stay alive just for a moment. Lilac pops the ult with no HP and will die. There goes the Terra Surge. A big stun is gonna keep Vaxis in it. A great assist from Patroclus. Going to take out Neko, and Sakuramochi will just barely, by the tips of their fingers, let the overtime wick burn out and take round 1.
Yeah, it was close, but they pulled it out in the end, and a lot of that was, again, due to that pressure onto the Sojourn of Sophie. You saw her die first, again, in that last pivotal fight. You saw her die first in those first 2 fights, and for MRG Amethyst, they're playing so well, but it feels like they just need to lock down that final piece. They just need to figure out that way to keep their Sojourn alive.
As we zoom in on the crab, it doesn't look like we're getting any changes from these teams. MRG staying on this Junker Queen rush composition, and Sakuramochi staying on the Orisa as the doors open to round number 2.
Yeah, this Orisa Juno Brig comp is so strong, and that you can basically just play it like goats. You play for your ultimates to come online, and then at that point you kind of just win the game. This Junker Queen composition, you really only get 1 engage. You get that 1 engage. You have to stay in. You have to get those picks. You have to sustain through and ultimately win the fight with that engage. But you're seeing they've made the adaptation that I've been saying they need to make. They've got Neko and Frostbite on this off angle, and you're seeing Tiny Shiny's recall gets forced so early. An advantageous position now for MRG Amethyst. We'll see how it develops.
Sakuramochi holding sway over this point as Lilac almost gets taken out there initially, putting the pressure onto Sophie and Bunny, but both of them stay alive in the end. Vaxis holding on point as Sophie's gonna take out Tiny Shiny early on, as Lilac with 2 HP will get taken down in the end, as MRG Amethyst seem to have learned from their mistakes.
Indeed they have, and you see it paying dividends already. Sophie able to get that first pick onto Tiny Shiny, and a stagger on a Patroclus. That's brutal pick to get, as now you have to wait so long, as that's even more time for MRG Amethyst to get point percentage and get those ultimates online. Vaxis and Bunny leading heavily in the race to get their ultimates online, as well as Sophie leading Lilac by about 25% to that overclock. That overclock could be very big, but so too is that Kitsune rush from Bunny. It's so good at enabling your team to get in the face of the other team, establish tempo early on, as Vaxis is looking to do here, getting really aggressive on this Junker Queen early on.
Now Vaxis getting aggressive, looking to charge up this ultimate already 90% to it. Is gonna have it. It might be a surprise for the members of Sakuramochi that this ultimate is so early up. It'll catch Lilac. Can they confirm the kill though? It looks like Lilac is gonna dash away. As these health bars all going down, Patroclus going to be the first to fall. Fast Q soon after. And Sakuramochi are now left struggling. Have to go back to the drawing board. They got 1 fight.
Indeed they do. This is a complete reversal, a complete change in the pace of this point as from the first point. Sakuramochi building up to these ultimates, actually getting they actually almost have 4 online, but so too does MRG Amethyst. Frostbite needs to build the sound barrier, though it's going to be critical to surviving the engage from Sakuramochi as the ultimate's coming out en masse. Lilac gonna get off, trade comes through, and Neko?
What a play by Neko, taking out 3, and just brutal. out of the side. Wait, Tiny Shiny has
Tiny.
taken 2. No way. This isn't happening. Fasty's gonna get taken down. It's just Tiny Shiny to the point. It was almost a hero play. Wait, Lilac and Patroclus. Ooh. Coconut Soul Rain. It's not enough for Sakura. That was brutal. That was
Neko
close.
killing 2 through the orbital ray was I was shocked. I was not ready for that on an emotional or physical level. But Neko doesn't care. That was just a very well played fight from MRG Amethyst, recognizing that Sakura Mochi had that many ultimates and deciding that they had to go first. They had to force the ultimates they had to force the ultimate usage from Sakura Mochi and then respond with their own ultimates, as Neko did with that Dragon Blade, getting 2 picks and a third to follow up. So that even though the trades came through from Sakura Mochi, they were still able to leverage their faster respawns and that man advantage to win the fight. Now going into this third and final point, Tiny Shiny on a somewhat unconventional pick that we were discussing in the previous match. She's gonna be rolling out on the Venture.
Rolling out on the Venture is an interesting pick, as Vaxis has to use the commanding shout very early and has to use it defensively. But there goes Tiny Shiny coming out of the burrow, gonna get caught up by the knife, but will escape just in the nick of time from the axe. Hitting in the damage on Lucio is gonna get a big kill confirm in the end. Flashing forward, landing picks, really good value out of this Venture pick, and that's why it's such a sleeper pick for her, is to pull out this Venture.
This Venture it's a high risk, high reward pick because you really need to be able to zero in on a target and just remove them from the face of the earth, which Tiny Shiny was able to do there to significant effect. We're seeing now Fast on this Orisa holding a lot of space, forcing that Kiriko of Sea Bunny very, very low. The trade gonna come through onto Tiny Shiny's Venture, so this fight is currently even. But Lilac with that Sojourn coming up big when their team needs them.
Lilac taking out 2, gonna make it 3 in the end, as Neko nearly goes off the side of the map. Have to see if they can escape here as the debuff comes through. Neko escapes.
Yeah, Neko lives, but Sakura Mochi has 5 ultimates online. Vaxis now swapping onto that Diva. Gonna put her team at an ult disadvantage to a slight degree, but there's still definitely a way to make this winnable. It just depends on how they use their ultimates, and Neko getting a pick on a Tiny Shiny is certainly gonna help their case.
It's certainly going to, as there goes the orbital strike from Sakura Mochi. They're looking to even this up, and they're using their ults to do it. Kitsune Rush response from Sea Bunny, but no one's pulling out any of these big ultimates inside, as Vaxis is gonna just dive on top of Lilac and take them out. There goes the Terra Surge. It'll put some damage in onto the supports. Frostbite in trouble, gonna get taken out. Tiny Shiny making it 2 in the end, and that's another 1 fight. Sakura Mochi, I don't even think they might not get a touch.
Yeah, it's going to be a really staggered one if they do, and Frostbite not having that sound barrier online really hurt them in that last fight. You need that sound barrier to be able to withstand the ultimates of the other team, especially when you're playing into that Juno, into that sound barrier. But you're going to see the full re-engage come through. The Dragon Blade and the sound barrier, 3 tested.
Wait, triple stacking ults?
Rally from Metropolis.
Sophie drops Patroclus early, and it's just gonna be a brutal disengage from Sakura Mochi. That was textbook.
That was really, really well played, yeah, and now it's going to enable them to re-engage so quickly. Vaxis probably going to be able to get that Diva Bomb online, but that's about it. Now you're seeing Sakura Mochi angling towards this right side of the map, towards this high ground. It offers so many opportunities for that Sojourn to be able to just get the sight line onto the back line that you really need to be able to confirm these picks. They're looking to jockey back towards main now, and Neko could be the difference maker on this fight.
Wait, Tiny's in the back line.
Oh, Tiny Shiny. Oh my.
Tiny takes out Frostbite. Will get the trade in the end, but you take that in terms of the value. Vaxis in some trouble in this 4v4. Has to throw out the Diva Bomb into the back line. She's going to get a remake as Patroclus, Neko getting 2 stacked on top of each other. Swift strike kills in a row. dashing
I almost
through
fell out of my
life.
chair. How did Neko do that? That Neko is just consistently finding these crucial picks, breaking the deadlock in fights that seem so close or so unwinnable. Neko is offering her team a lifeline right now. All they need to do is hold on for dear life, as they have this Kitsune rush now. They're building up towards this Dragon Blade. But Sakura Mochi already has the Tectonic Shock from Tiny Shiny Adventure. They need to get a pick with this, otherwise it could be game over.
There goes Tiny Shiny with the ultimate, but it's gonna be Lilac the first to fall. Now Tiny Shiny in trouble. Vax is landing too, and it's disaster striking for Sakura Mochi. They almost had something, but it's not going to work out in the end. They switch on to the Tracer and the Sombra in order to try and get a touch, but the recall is going to be forced out before they can even get to point, and Tiny Shiny is just going to get chased down the map, harassed and harangued by this diva. Lilac is going to go down, and, well, I mean, they'll lock the satellite vector, but there's going to be no one there to stand inside it, as MRG Amethyst just barely stave off despair, as the Terra Surge will come in and just not enough damage. MRG Amethyst will be the ones taking this map 1.
If that map is going to be anything like the rest of this series, I think we're in for a very good match. That was
Agreed.
end to end, front to back, hero plays out the wazoo. That was some good Overwatch. That was some very good Overwatch, and a lot of that was down to that especially on that last point, was down to that dive synergy between Vaxis and Neko. Vaxis was able to do so much on the diva. Just a masterful adaptation, being able to go into the backline, kind of mitigate the value of that Juno with that defense matrix, just get picks in the backline seemingly for free is what it felt like. It felt like no one was even looking at Vaxis, and Neko's just able to follow up on that presence, on that the aggression of Vaxis so effectively on that Genji. We saw so many just swift dash picks in the mid fight, those dash resets coming through as well. There was one, I remember there was one specific fight where Neko dashes in, gets a kill, and then just like half a second later you see another dash kill show up in the kill feed. So yeah, MRG Amethyst, I mean, they're here to play. They're showing that they can contend with any team in this bracket, really. They're making a statement, and going into this next few maps, it's going to be very interesting to see how they keep that momentum going.
Yeah, especially when you think about what maps we're going to be seeing going forward. For a team that likes these Diva and these Queen comps, especially when you talk about the dive synergy that we've seen from them, even just on Samoa, where dive is, I mean, certainly runnable, but not your favored composition. You'll have to wonder if they're going to be bringing us, haha, never mind, I'm sorry, did I say we were going to maybe be going to a dive map? Psych. Sakura Mochi's got the pick. They're going to be taking us to King's Row. They said brawl time, baby.
Well, King's Row can be a dive map. That's the funny thing. You see, there's been a lot of teams that like to run dive on King's Row. It's a really comfort pick dependent map. You can play a lot of things, honestly, on King's Row. I've seen Mauga, and even in this current balance state, I've seen Mauga, I've seen Hazard, I've seen Winston. During major, oh, was it the Calling All Heroes Major 3? I think it was. No, it was. My Calling All Heroes team was considering trying a Winston on a Kiri comp. This was in the throes of like the Mauga Juno Brig meta. But it really is dependent on how good you are at executing your comp. King's Row is a very execution dependent map, I feel like, where you can theoretically play anything. It just depends on how good you are at it, how well drilled you are at it, how cognizant you are of the spaces in which your composition thrives, the win conditions for your composition, and just in general how well drilled you are, how good you are at the game. Basically, it's conversely, that means that you can also just force meta, and if you're good at the meta comp, do really well on it. However, neither of these teams have been playing that Lucio Kiri, the Hazard, the Soj Genji, any adaptation of that Hazard comp that has been so prevalent in the pro scene. So we could well see even more quote-unquote off-meta strategies come out in the second map.
That we could. And I mean, I don't think either of these teams are really ones to play the meta. And I think especially when we're talking about Kunoichi Rising and we're talking about these teams that are playing in sort of this lower division, we talked about it a little, but the meta isn't as prevalent here. We aren't going to see people hard stick to that Hazard composition that we see in pro play, even in Calling All Heroes majors, just because of the fact that you can get a lot more value and you can find a lot more success on comfort picks at times than if you're uncomfortable on the meta.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Comfort picks are comfort picks for a reason. If you're good at something, you can I mean, if you're good at something, you're good at something. There's no way around that. There's no exception unless that something is like Torb, in which case I think there's a limit to how far you can go. But there are players that show otherwise. I mean, Heavenly OK, of course, a very well-known Torb 1 trick. Very, very good at the game in general, not just Torb. But I don't think we have any Torb 1 tricks on either of these teams. I could be wrong. Some part of me hopes I'm wrong, but looking at the teams that the heroes that we're seeing right now, it doesn't look like I am wrong, as MRG Amethyst sticking to this Junker Queen composition. It seems to be their bread and butter, and from Sakura Mochi, they might be playing. Are they? No. Okay, they're playing the Orisa again. I can't have any.
Kiara, stop being baited. Stop being baited. They've done this to you twice.
I want to believe.
Look,
I want to believe in the Winston. Winston is always playable. He's just always playable. I will never say he is not playable.
Stop trusting Fast Q with whatever tanks that she's pulling in spawn. It's not gonna happen. Vaxis, though, on the Junker Queen, that's gonna happen. As going to wrap around and start to harass this Brig. Will land the knife and will take out that Brig. Will take out Patroclus as Frostbite will get taken down. Supports traded out. Lilac over on this high ground, getting a good angle onto Sophie. Gonna put in the damage as Sophie will get taken down, trading out both of those Sojourns. Tiny Shiny finishes off a good job on that Tracer. Neko will be taken down. Tiny Shiny has just been dashing around and finishing off these low health targets exactly as you would want a Tracer to do, especially in this range.
Tiny Shiny absolutely showing what Tracer can do just as a hero. Just being everywhere at once, it feels like right now. And that's another one! Tiny Shiny takes out Sea Bunny, just compounding the dismay of MRG Amethyst in this fight. As she's just going rampant on that Tracer. This is what we were talking about in the lead up to this match. Tiny Shiny is an absolutely... proving that she is an absolutely mercurial talent on the Tracer. Obviously a hero with a very, very high skill ceiling. A hero with incredible potential to carry. You can just do crazy mechanical things on that character. As Tiny Shiny is really showing, leading the line for her team, confirming a lot of vital picks, and we're seeing a little bit of a repeat of that very first point of Samoa in which the map control that Sakura Mochi is able to take with Lilac on that high ground flank was doing so much for them. Lilac now on, I believe, a similar angle, just looking for that the high ground over the team, over the players of MRG Amethyst now. They're looking to jockey around this corner.
Yeah, Sakura Mochi. Oh, there goes the pulse bomb. It's gonna catch Sea Bunny. That was a great play, sticking it onto the tank, taking out the Kiriko. Tiny Shiny is gonna take out Frostbite, and Tiny Shiny absolutely winning all of us over on this Tracer, going kind of nutty with it.
Yeah, it's just the domination doesn't end. Vax is now swapping onto this Diva, hoping maybe to mitigate the damage from Lilac on that Sojourn, maybe provide a bit more peel for...
Whoa!
But that Terra Surge coming through already! Fast Q just playing so fast now.
it'll draw out the beat as well, as the blade might be coming out from Neko. Neko thinks the better of it. A lot of ults already on the field, but Neko's gonna pull out the blade anyway. That's a massive spear from Fastq. Completely denies the value of the blade. Incredible Orisa play to keep safe the remaining members of Sakura Mochi.
Yeah, it's with the ult investments that Sakura Mochi used, with the ult that Sakura Mochi invested, you would have thought that they would have won that fight for sure. But MRG Amethyst, they respond perfectly with that Dragon Blade, and it just gets so much value. Now the early rally from Patroclus looking to take a lot of space, but Sophie on this off angle needs to be dealt with, as does Neko, just taking out Tiny Shiny early on again.
And it's gonna take out Lilac as well. Incredible from Neko. She's going insane right now. Fastq's gonna get taken down as MRG Amethyst are planting their heels in the dirt.
Yeah, MRG Amethyst are just refusing to give any ground here. I don't know how they're putting these fight wins together, but they're gaining some serious momentum now. That time bank, which originally was around 4 minutes, is now shaved down in half to 2 minutes. And Sakura Mochi, they need to crack this deadlock. Otherwise, the ultimate snowball can continue. It's already pretty bad as they already have 4 ultimates, but now that spear spin force so early from Fastq. MRG Amethyst could go really, really fast and just get an early advantage. There it is. There's the early advantage. Lilac already down.
Yeah, they already lost Lilac. They don't use any ultimates there.
Yeah, it's a big advantage for the ult economy as well. As Patroclus, again, nothing on that rally. They're at 10%. Akechi is going to have that orbital ray soon, as is Lilac with that overclock, but Sophie has 1 to match. It really does come down to the ult investments here, the timing, the positioning, the way in which the ults are used, whether they're used to stabilize or to engage. And really now this could be a pivotal fight. If MRG Amethyst are able to win this fight, they're in a really, really good position to just stop this cart before it even reaches that second point. But Fastq's Terra Surge could look to make all the difference in the world. The sound barrier coming out though.
Early Terra Surge draws the beat, like you said. Tiny Shiny looking for purchase with this Pulse Bomb as the Kitsune Rush goes out. Lilac is just gonna get jumped on top of, and that's already a disadvantage. The Frostbite is gonna go down. Tiny Shiny finding the melee onto the Lucio, and all of MRG Amethyst's ults are gone, with the exception of this Diva Bomb and the Blade. As Patroclus is gonna take down Neko's gonna take down Patroclus, and just the skin of their teeth, 4 ults down, but it looks like MRG Amethyst have won the day, and that's a big fight to lose for Sakura Mochi as Tiny Shiny switches onto the Venture.
Indeed it is. The Lilac not able to get that overclock off. You saw they were picked off on that off angle really, really early in that fight, and that is starting to become a trend here. Sakura Mochi needs to find a way to keep Lilac alive, to get them into positions where they can actually get value out of the railgun, out of the overclock. Otherwise, this is going to go from bad to worse, as we're seeing 7 seconds on the clock and counting. The blade comes out from Neko, and Lilac again, the first to fall!
It takes out Lilac in the middle of the ultimate. Tiny Shiny will take out Neko, but that's the big ultimate gone for the side of Sakura Mochi, as Lilac going to switch onto the Sombra just to keep some presence on the point as soon as possible. 4v4 now without equal spawns. This is where it all comes down to for Sakura Mochi. Patroclus on the brig, gets the rally, and is going to pop it immediately. Pushing forward, finds the pick. It's going to be Sophie going down. And just barely as the manual attack goes in onto the Diva, Sakura Mochi will clutch out this fight in the end. Just so close there for MRG Amethyst. They almost put a stop to this push right at 110 meters. But we will continue on with Sakura on borrowed time.
Sakura left it late, but they did not, in fact, leave it entirely. They do get across that line, and a big part of that was Tiny Shiny swapping out of that Venture is able to create so much more disruption than the Tracer at times. You're able to get into the backline, just zero in on a target, like I said on Samoa. And that does so much for a team, just being able to draw vision aggro, being able to force cooldowns like that. Especially with Frostbite now on this brig, you don't really have the ability to enable your off angle as much as the Lucio. But Lilac getting forced out early on the Sombra. The Sombra's an interesting pick, as Lilac historically has not found that much value in this series. We're seeing now the swing around the corner and Tiny Shiny with a Tectonic Shock!
That was incredible, combining the Terra Surge and Tectonic Shock to basically get a pseudo Zarya grab and pepper in the damage. Gets the shutdown, and a great play by Fast Q to shut down Vaxis over the edge, as the Kitsune Rush will go in, countered by the Juno ult EMP to shut down Sophie, and that'll be Sakura Mochi finishing with time on the board after struggling in streets for 4 full minutes, only finishing in overtime. Sakura Mochi keeps the snowball going and punches through to the end.
Yeah, Sakura Mochi, they struggled heavily on that second point, but the third point saw significant improvement. It felt like with Frostbite swapping onto that Brig and Tiny Shiny on the other side, swapping onto the Venture, the game just felt easier. It just felt easier for Sakura Mochi to play the game, to get the engages that they wanted to get, to take fights on their own terms, really, because that is so important in Overwatch. Regardless of what composition you're playing, you want to be able to take a fight in the way that you want to. You want to be able to use your fight plan in the way that you want to. You want to be the one using your ults. You don't want your ultimates forced. And Sakura Mochi, it really felt like they weren't forced to do anything on that third point. They were able to play the game how they wanted, especially with, again, that Terra Surge and Tectonic Shock combo. Now, MRG Amethyst, running into a bit of a losing a bit of steam on that third point. It's going to be interesting to see how they respond, especially with Frostbite swapping out of that Brig, maybe not feeling as comfortable on that Lucio as she would have liked. Patroclus snitching on their tank a little bit. Fast Q, honestly an understandable mistake. I do it every single time. I do it in scrims, I do it in officials. I make that mistake in ranked. Sometimes you just want to TP out of spawn and get and you forget that you can't actually do that anymore. But MRG Amethyst, they need to be understanding of their limits, especially with Tiny Shiny on that Venture taking out Sophie. All right, we're gonna see the advantage traded out as the trouble situation.
Big piece of trouble. I forgot to unmute my Discord when I coughed. Unfortunate and unlucky, as now a 4v4 in a bit of trouble. MRG Amethyst, Sakura Mochi, Vax is in some bit of a pickle there, and Vax is gonna get taken down. Tiny Shiny really doing a good job finishing these low health targets, and that'll be MRG Amethyst getting beaten off.
Yeah, MRG Amethyst really need to they really need to make use of map control with this Echo. They really need to be able to set up Neko on an off angle. The swap onto the D.Va is a pretty good one, I think, as it's gonna really enable Vaxis to play more to enable Neko on that off angle, to play more to enable Sophie on her own off angle, and really get some big damage out onto Fast Q on this Orisa, stop her from taking the space, getting the engages that she wants to, but not stop Tiny Shiny, who's already forcing that protection Suzu out of C Bunny, as this fight is gonna break out, especially with Lilac unchecked on this high ground. It's a very hard...
unchecked on this high ground only for a moment, as the dive is gonna come in, but Lilac has anything to say about it. Gonna take out Neko with the headshot. Tiny Shiny retreating back to her healers over on the side, as now Fast Q getting some initial poke damage in, spots out Sophie. Echo over onto, trying to rotate on the high ground as Kitsune Rush forces them in, as now Neko looking to force off the Sojourn, and will, as Fast Q hits a big spear, as there goes a copy onto the Orisa. Both Sojourns will get taken down, as Tiny Shiny will get traded out. Sakura Mochi now at a disadvantage. They do have the ult, so they want to try and stage a comeback here, but they're going to be chased down. They're not looking for any comebacks.
Yeah, Sakura Mochi, they were in a good position. They might still try to make something of it with the boom.
No way.
As Sakura Mochi, they're not able to touch the point. The orbital ray invested, and Sakura Mochi, oh, it's so sad. You just have to walk away.
It's a disaster. It's a disaster for Sakura Mochi. That's their win con ult thrown to a fight that was lost, that they could not sustain, and through no fault of Akechi, now they are down their biggest ult. Sakura Mochi in shambles. They have to try and stage a defense at the archway, but they're gonna lose Tiny Shiny early on, and now it's on to Lilac to get something big, but they're facing off against Sophie with the ultimate, and Neko just raining down destruction. The deadly dynamic DPS duo is going to shred through the rest of their team.
Yeah, Neko on that Echo was just putting on a clinic. Now that she's getting more of that space to work with, more of the off-angle control. Tiny Shiny isolating up because she was caught completely blind by the light, and the light was just the focusing beam and the stickies from that Echo. Of course, they are pretty bright, they are pretty blinding. But Sakura Mochi now coming up with 2 ultimates, that overclock and that rally. The rally's so good to sustain and engage, to enable you to extend your engage, but not if you really use it. Not if you use it to open up a fight. It's an interesting use of the rally from Patroclus. I'm not really sure what the vision was on that, but it kind of worked as it buys them time. It buys Sakura Mochi time for Fast Q to get her Terra Surge online, which is critical in this fight.
Oh, Sophie is going to land a pick on a Tiny Shiny early on. Lilac has the ultimate, but it's going to be taken out first. And it's going to be MRG Amethyst getting all the picks, and it's going to be Akechi. Can they survive? No, they're going to get staggered out in the end. That'll be point B, going the way of MRG Amethyst, and they're going to have over 3 minutes on the board.
Yeah, this is a very good position for MRG Amethyst. They come into the second point with this third point with a lot more time than MRG had, I believe, or than Sakura Mochi had, almost double, I believe. And they have that debuff online from Baxis. It's not much in terms of ultimates, as they invested very heavily in that last fight. But Sakura Mochi aren't much better. They're swapping out of the Tracer Sombra composition. This is a very, very unorthodox composition, especially with that Orisa and the Juno Brig. You don't really see this very often. They're playing a lot for off-angle control. They're playing a lot for those coordinated hits onto the back line, and there's one from Fast Q! The spear hits 3 at once, and they're just... MRG is just nowhere to be seen. The hack of... Lilac? What?
Huh?
Huh?
I think that happened. I think that if you hack someone and they fall off the map, you get credit for it.
That does make sense, yeah. But that strange occurrences aside, Sakura Mochi now getting a bit of that momentum back, resetting their positioning, but not when Fast Q goes down that early.
Gone. And they invest the Juno ult as well. They have no tank to sit in the satellite. It's just it's not again. Oh no. Tiny Shiny in some trouble as Lilac is gonna go down. Neko gonna chase her down. And now they have to just stagger out. Any staggers here are gonna be brutal.
It doesn't look like they're gonna be adding staggers to, though. Fast Q using those tank cooldowns to mitigate the damage coming onto her and her team, but the point contest is gonna be very late. 1.85 meters is all that separates MRG Amethyst from a completion of this map. Lilac close to that AP though could be devastating.
Wait.
But the pick advantages are trending in favor of MRG Amethyst as they're up 1. Fast Q being driven so low, taken out by C-Bunny on that Kiriko, Akechi on this Juno, and Tiny Shiny on the Venture, able to trade off Frostbite, but that's just about it as MRG Amethyst take us to extra rounds.
Really great play by MRG Amethyst. It feels like any place that Sakura Mochi excels at in King's Row, MRG Amethyst will get stuck there, and vice versa. MRG Amethyst did pretty incredibly well on Street Space, and that was nearly the death knell of Sakura Mochi. Sakura Mochi breezed through point C, and MRG Amethyst was nearly the death of them. They struggled a bit more than I would say Sakura Mochi did. As now we load into extra rounds, it's going to be Sakura Mochi attacking first with a minute on the board. And I like this pick from Lilac if they stick with it with the Widow, trying to get an early pick.
this Juno Brig backline adaptation from MRG Amethyst is very interesting because now, with that speed ring in play, you can really play for your diva engaged, for your diva and your Genji to just go into the backline and remove a target really quickly. Just get super fast dives, super coordinated dives, and get those picks off that are so vital in this meta. However, this really does rely on Sophie, on that Sojourn, to open up opportunities with her railgun, as well as Neko again on that off angle, and Sophie taking out Lilac! Oh, that's not what you want to see.
He's going to be resurrected as Patroclus is going to change to the Brig. I mean, they knew that that was a possibility. They knew that was a possibility. That's why the Mercy was there. But you just have to laugh a little as Sophie throws out the Uno reverse card. Now Neko on the Genji looking to rotate around and start to harass the backline of Sakura Mochi as Sophie's gonna take out Tiny
Someone
Shiny.
stop Sophie. Sophie needs to be stopped. This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. There's two railhead shots. As
Sophie and Neko are gonna get taken down. And MRG Amethyst, I don't know if Sakura Mochi can even touch. No, Lilac is gonna get taken down. Tiny Shiny might just need to try and triple blink.
the punish onto Lilac is so bad for Sakura Mochi. They have to swap onto the Wrecking Ball. Frostbite taking out Tiny Shiny. The Lucio of Patroclus driven so low, they're not gonna be able to do anything. The Wrecking Ball from Fast Q coming out trying to make anything happen so desperately, but nothing will really come of it. They have to roll away a sad little hamster on the point, a lone soldier who will not be able to last, and Sakura Mochi get full health. MRG Amethyst in an excellent position to take them out to match point.
That they are, but a minute 50 seconds on the board isn't a lot. It isn't, you know, it isn't an eternity here, Kiara. There's a very real possibility that we could see the fabled draw. It's not very often we see it on King's Row, but with a minute 50 only being about, what would you call it? Maybe 2-3 fights, if they're lucky. There's a very real chance here that Sakura Mochi can full hold as well. It's one tick on the board, that's all the MRG Amethyst needs, but one tick can seem like a nightmare.
MRG did struggle a bit on their initial offense too, on this first point. It took them a bit to take that first point, especially if they struggle to get Neko the off angles that she needs, to get Sophie the off angles that she needs. This could be really hard for MRG Amethyst. We could see a draw come out, like you said. It really does depend on how well drilled MRG are on this comp, how effective they are in taking map control, in taking off angles, and most importantly, getting value off of those off angles. We've seen Sophie and Neko have mechanical pop-off moments, and we're going to need another one from either of these players today, here and now, to make sure that they can close out this map. Neko again getting very aggressive on that high ground, looking to push out Lilac. This is a very, very good start, as they're not really being contested in their efforts to take that high ground.
I'm really interested in this Sojourn v Sojourn, as the Sojourn that's Thrive has typically been the team that's won, as Sophie's going to be the first one to start thriving, as Fastky's going to go down, going to get trapped on the wrong side of Hotel for a moment. Lose LOS of the healers, and that's all she wrote. But Frostbite is going to get taken down. Tiny Shiny going to land the pick onto 2. Tiny Shiny needs to keep popping off. Lilac is going to land the pick onto 1. But with closer spawns favoring MRG, Akechi is going to go down. It is just Lilac on the point, and the Juno. Patroclus moving on to the Lucio, just to get back to point and keep people on point for longer, as Fast Q is going to go down. Lilac as well, next to fall, as Tiny Shiny back won't even get to touch the point, as MRG Amethyst, a great first pick, taking advantage of an error from Sakura Mochi, will land them the map, send them to match point, and just incredible Sojourn play on both sides. How amazing was this, and how amazing was this Orisa play of the game?
You could see the Juno missiles hitting all 3 people in the Terra Surge, getting them low HP. so fast he was able to confirm that pick. And I mean, that really is just a microcosm of, again, the synergy that these comps require, the coordination, not just on the macro level of like when you're going in, where you're going in, where you're using ultimates, when you're using them, but also smaller things. When are you using your abilities? Who are you looking to hit with them? How are you looking to play off of the little bits of damage that those do? Because every little bit of damage does in fact compound. Those can snowball, can create big advantages, like obviously that 3k Terra Surge. That's the biggest example. But for example, a Sojourn Rail opening up the dive from the D.Va, getting a target just low enough health that even though the D.Va doesn't do that much damage, she's able to do just enough to finish them off. And we saw that so often on this map, that synergy between Sophie, Neko, and Vaxis all combining, each one able to get excellent, just able to get picks in vital situations, putting them now in a very, very good position to close out this series and move to the, I believe it is the winners semifinals of this bracket.
That it is. Winner semis awaits whoever's able to pull out a victory right here, right now. And currently, it does look like MRG Amethyst are set to do that. For Sakura Mochi, a team that we hailed coming in as a team of stars, we'll have to see if they can pull out just a bit more brightness in our next map as we go to a short break. We'll be right back with a third and potentially final map as we see if Sakura Mochi can start the turnaround or if it's going to be MRG Amethyst taking a solid 3-0 and booking themselves a ticket to winner semis. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. And we are back here with round number 2 of the Kunoichi Rising Championship, where, before we went to the break, we had Sakuramochi and MRG Amethyst squaring off. And MRG Amethyst was getting the better of Sakuramochi, currently up 2-0. As we go into our third and potentially final map, if MRG Amethyst has anything to say about it, we're going to Throne of Anubis.
Indeed we are, and while it is 2-0 at the moment, it's been a very, very close 2-0. Both of these maps could definitely have gone either way. Map 1 was a final fight scenario, I believe. It was literally 99-99. It is... We could see a reverse sweep. It would still be a crazy undertaking from Sakuramochi were they to make it happen, but it's not entirely out of the cards. There is a real possibility we see them take us to 5 maps and go all the way, which is why this Clash map is so interesting. It's such an end-to-end mode. You really do just need one fight to get your ult bank back in order, to get your ult economy online. Even if you start at a disadvantage, even if you lose that first point, that second point, it's still entirely winnable for them.
Yeah, that it is. As, like you said, it was incredibly close this entire time. And so for Sakuramochi, it's just these small adjustments that we've talked about, we've chatted about, and a lot of times, like I've brought up, it's come down to the Sojourns. It's come down to this battle between Lilac and Sophie. Lilac and Sophie both taking the roles of the Sojourn. And when one of them is popping off, it seems like nothing can stop their team. And when the other's popping off, it seems like there's nothing that other team can do. It really is just one of these players chooses to go insane, and the other team can do nothing against it.
It really does feel like it is just a battle of which DPS can do more at the moment. My camera... Lock in. I need my camera to lock in, please. You could say you could say I needed to get Lilac in even. But anyways, my point about Sojin, right? It really does feel like it is dependent on yeah, where'd my caster go?
I'm protesting that pun.
Okay.
I'm protesting that pun. That pun
It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad.
You need to get Lilac in. You need to get
my
Lilac
camera
in.
needs to Lilac in. But anyways, yeah, it really does feel like it's a matter of which team can make more space for the DPS and consequently which DPS can do more. However, it's not just a battle of the Sojourns. We did see Tiny Shiny and Neko both having incredible clutches, incredible plays in these individual fights. And that was such a big part, especially on MRG Amethyst attack. Why they were able to string together that chain of fight wins on second point and kind of just really just become unstoppable once they really got going, it felt like.
Yeah, and as we go into Throne of Anubis, I think that this map is a very good reset map. Is a very good map to start a reverse sweep on. As we go in for Sakuramochi, you have to wonder if there's anything that they're going to be switching up. They're showing the hazard, but I am not going to be baited by fast Q. And Mercy knows that this is probably going to be the time that they finally actually stick with the tank they show in spawn.
Could it be?
Could it be? Indeed. Fast Q still holding. Nope, it's going to be right back to what it is as the doors open on Sakuramochi's last chance.
Indeed, it's now or never. Now they need to lock in even more than my camera. And This Tracer coming out from Tiny Shiny again, interesting, as she was finding a lot of success on that venture, but maybe just going with what she's more comfortable with, what her team has more scrims on, more experience on. The commanding shout from Vaxis, looking to get in amongst it, get that big damage, get the big cleave with that axe.
Yeah. Ooh, Frostbite in some trouble there for a second. Almost got thrown off the map by the Javelin spin as Vaxis is going to get collapsed on by Fast Q. Can't sustain through it, and it'll be Sakura Mochi taking first point.
Yeah, Sakura Mochi now, they're starting off on the right foot. Hey, this is exactly how you want to start, especially with Frostbite potentially getting staggered. Ooh, it won't happen, but still a great start. Tiny Shiny now building up this pulse bomb quickly, but you have to be cognizant of Vaxis swapping out of that Diva, getting instant dividends from it. 2 picks right off the bat as MRG Amethyst win this second fight, put themselves right back on level footing. Sakura Mochi might be able to get another fight out of this point though, as you're not going to see any adaptations come out. It's going to be Tiny Shiny to touch most likely. That is, if they even really want to. Sakura Mochi don't really look like they want to touch the point. Nope. Fast Q looks to be going for it. Okay.
Yeah, Fast Q will be putting some feet on the point, as there's not really a disadvantage for Sakura Mochi. If they win the point, they gain everything, and if they hadn't stepped on it, it's basically the same as losing it, as Lilac is going to get taken down, and that looks like it might be the lost fight for Sakura Mochi. Is Tiny Shiny just going to charge up to the ult? No, they think it's winnable. They're going to drop the satellite vector, but they've already lost 1, and they're gonna lose 2 and 3 with Sophie taking 2. Akechi will find 1, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Kitsune Rush will get thrown in, so they will get an investment out of MRG Amethyst, but they'll keep on so many ults here.
The ult investments were brutal from Sakura Mochi though, because you use that orbital ray, which is so impactful. If you play around that ult correctly, it's a free fight win. Like that's just the nature of Juno, of that ultimate. Even after the new Juno, even after the recent Juno nerfs, that ult's still so good. But you also use the pulse bomb, and now you have to swap over to the venture, which kind of resets your ult economy into a position that you don't really want to be in, as now you're down an ultimate in this economy, which is not good when MRG Amethyst has both DPS ults online. They have that Diva Bomb, they have the sound barrier to resist the threat of the overclock of the Terra Surge. It all depends on execution now for Sakura Mochi, as MRG Amethyst strike first with the Dragon Blade.
Blade from Neko, it's going to be beaten as well, and it's going to be Fast Q falling down. It just seems like Sakura Mochi couldn't stick together well enough to deal with that Blade. Patroclus is going to get taken out as Vaxis will run rampant through the lines of Sakura Mochi, and they will take point C and get a chance at point B now.
Sakura Mochi, I think you've identified the issue with Sakura Mochi. It feels like they're playing different games. Fast Q wants to get aggressive play, this high sustained play style, whereas Patroclus, they're using the rally really early, perhaps in response to that Dragon Blade. Fast Q, what?
Actually getting through the tank passive, actual Lucio boop in 2025. Do you believe it, chat? Oh my goodness. As now MRG Amethyst have basically carte blanche to go in on this fight, and they still have a big ult advantage. Lilac is going to pop the ult, needs to get this pick onto Sophie, but is going to get jumped on top of by Vaxis, but they'll land the pick on a Sea Bunny. What a clutch play, but Sophie also has the ult. Can they get the value out of it? Can she land it? We'll find the pick on a Tiny Shiny, but is there anything more from Sophie? Neko will find the pick onto Akechi, and Lilac nearly gets that pick. It'll be Neko getting taken down. Diva Bomb thrown out to get a remake for Vaxis, and MRG Amethyst will get the opportunity to attack E, but I don't think that they're going to want to really even push that.
Yeah, they don't really have the ult bank to do so. They only really have that Tectonic Shock from Tiny Shiny's Venture and Akechi on the Juno, getting close to that orbital ray. It's a very impactful ultimate, but again, you look at MRG Amethyst, they have both support ults almost online, as well as that Dragon Play from Neko, which could make all the difference.
They're going for it.
They look too
They're
good.
aggressing here. I'm very surprised here for MRG Amethyst that they're going in and aggressing. I guess they do have 1 ult and 2 on the way. There goes the ult from Tiny Shiny. It's gonna catch the
Sonic
Kiriko,
shot, big
and that's
value to be had.
over. That's over there for Sakura Mochi, and now Sakura are gonna be able to push towards point D and be able to defend it.
And they do so while only using 1 ult, so they still have an ult economy. That they still have somewhat of an ult economy. They still have both support ults almost online. Lilac almost taken offline by Vax, getting very aggressive on this Diva early on in the fight. The Susu force very early as well. Sakura Mochi going to be able to take control at this point, but they need high ground control. That is everything in this fight. You get high ground, you get an angle for your Sojourn. It's so important.
Early blade from Neko, gonna lose half their HP immediately, but she's gonna get the pick onto Lilac with the beat to help her out. Tiny Shine is gonna get taken down, and MRG Amethyst close to the final point. Fast Q and the members of Sakura Mochi are in shambles right now. They need to start a defense, and they can do it here, but it's going to be dicey.
Yeah, this is not a good position for Sakura Mochi to be in. They're staring down the barrel of a lower bracket run. Lilac, 80% of the overclock is going to switch onto Sombra. A bit of an unconventional spot, but Patroclus really needs to nail the timing on this rally, else it is curtains for them and their team. The rally is the only ultimate online for Sakura Mochi. And look at how much map control Sophie is taking. Such a wide angle, so much pressure onto the backline of Sakura Mochi as this venture from Tiny Shiny looking to hit on the point, accumulate that point percentage, as it looks like MRG Amethyst aren't really going to commit that hard to this point. Sophie on that off angle though. Still trying to make
Wait. They're gonna pop the Kitsune Rush, and they're going to throw out Sophie, but Frostbite is going to be the first to fall. Vax is throwing the bomb in. It's all 3 of their ultimates, and no picks in the kill feed so far. MRG Amethyst shred their ult economy, and they lose the fight. They do not get first tick. And now Sakura Mochi, what seemed impossible only moments ago, now seems maybe a little possible. Maybe a little.
Sakura Mochi, how did they do that? I'm actually not entirely sure how they managed to turn that fight, as the ult investments from MRG Amethyst were so big, but Patroclus' rally was so well timed that they're just able to let their team sustain through everything. Frostbite maybe a bit disconnected on the engaged timing there, as Tiny Shiny just gonna be grappling for control of this pillar, able to survive and stay healthy for now, but heavy emphasis on the for now part of that sentence, as the Dragon Blade from Neko is very scary here. It's very threatening, and already the pick gonna come through. Tiny Shiny the first to fall.
And Lilac is gonna fall soon after. This is curtains for Sakura Mochi. They need a big play here, and I just don't think they've got it. Akechi's gonna go down, Patroclus soon after, and the point will tick up. And just a little bit more. The stagger in from Lilac. 2, 3 ults online. Tiny Shiny is going to have to just use this ult and try and get some value out of it, some damage, but they just can't stall enough, Tiny. MRG Amethyst come in against a team stacked with names familiar to the Rising scene, and they make a statement. Sakura Mochi knocked down to losers bracket, and MRG 3-0 over Sakura. A close match, but MRG will be the ones moving forward.
Can confidently say I did not expect that. I thought we were gonna get 5 maps. I did not expect MRG to just really what felt like steamrolling for the most part Sakura Mochi. It felt like that entire map they were in control, barring that one fight where they lost with they used 3 ults and lost. But regardless, it really did feel like MRG Amethyst after King's Row, they just didn't take their foot off the gas. They were firmly in control and they knew it. Sophie on that Sojourn was just playing out of her mind, an absolutely lights out performance, as well as the Genji and Echo from Neko doing so much. Matching up, going toe-to-toe with, and even surpassing the star-studded DPS line of Sakura Mochi, really making a name for themselves and putting themselves out there as I mean, at the beginning of the series, we were talking about Sakura Mochi's roster a lot, but MRG Amethyst, they've got some, they've got hands. They've got hands, and they were definitely throwing them everywhere. As just an excellent performance from MRG Amethyst. After that, going into the winners semifinal, you have to be feeling good about yourself. You have to be feeling really confident.
I bet they are, and as they look forward, it was just fantastic. There's no other word for it. And as they look to round 3, aka the winners, pardon me, no, they're going to winners finals. They're going to winners finals. They're going to be facing off against KCMX. That's the next step for them, is going up against Kaiju Corps. So for MRG, well, we'll have to see if what they're going to be pulling out in this next game, which I believe will be happening on stream tomorrow. I believe that is the last game for, yes, that is the last game for MRG today. The lower bracket round 2 is up next. It's going to be Pixel Peeps Rising and Sakura Mochi and Crimdra facing off against Fruit Salad in that lower bracket. And it looks like coming up, we're going to be taking on Pixel Peeps Rising versus Sakura Mochi potentially. We'll see what we bring to you, but that's going to be it from us here today, Kiara. We're going to be going to a quick break while we switch out some casters and get right back in. Anything to say before we head out?
Not really. I mean, just shout out to Kunoichi, shout out to CGL. This is honestly so cool. Shout out to Calling All Heroes Rising as well. This isn't a Calling All Heroes tournament, but it is a bunch of teams that participated in the Calling All Heroes Rising circuit. And I think it's really cool that they give opportunities to players to be streamed and get a little bit of time in the spotlight, so to speak. Like this, which is something that you only really see a lot of the time for the upper echelons of pro play, you know, the tier 3, the tier 2, tier 1 players. So yeah, shout out to all our production staff as well. They're doing a great job. But I believe that is it for me for today. You don't get to suffer through my questionable webcam anymore. But yeah, we will see you after this break.
Yeah, break. Hello and welcome back here with the last game of the day. We are in the Kunoichi Rising Championship, and we're now dropping down to the lower bracket following Sakura Mochi. Now, elimination is on the line, and we're facing them off against Pixel Peeps Rising. One of these teams is going home today. I'm K-Wing here with Fifi. Fifi, one of these teams is going to get sent home right here, right now.
Yeah, and it should be very interesting to see both of these teams actually dropping. Or wait, have I gotten confused?
Let's look at the bracket.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket. So we have there at the top left, Pixel Peeps lost to KCMX and dropped down, and then we're able to pick up a nice win against greater than :3, and there more in the middle we got MRG beating Sakura Mochi and sending them down here. So kind of two teams in the lower bracket, but with opposite momentums, with Pixel Peeps coming off a 3-0 and Sakura Mochi just getting 3-0'd. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams can either maintain their momentum for Pixel Peeps or try and flip that around to keep themselves alive here for Sakura Mochi.
Yeah, and we actually just came from watching MRG Amethyst and Sakura Mochi, that matchup, and I can tell you, Fifi, those two teams were tight. All of those maps were to the wire. 99-99 on the control map, down to one-ish fight to extra rounds on King's Row, and on Throne of Anubis, I almost said Temple of Anubis, on Throne of Anubis, a 4-5 victory for for MRG. So now as we go in, Pixel Peeps against Sakura Mochi. Sakura Mochi might have just lost that 3-0, but they are quite a strong team. And speaking of teams, let's start looking at these rosters, starting of course with Pixel Peeps. On the side of Pixel Peeps, we got Lawn Flamingo and Atlas on the DPS line. We've got Zachary K running out the tank. We got Road and Cinder on the support lines. And what I'm looking at right now, Fifi, is Lawn Flamingo and Atlas, because on what we saw from Sakura Mochi was a knockdown, drag out DPS line, and especially the hit scan DPS of Atlas, because we saw a lot of great stuff out of Sojourn on the side of Sakura Mochi. So we'll have to see if Atlas brings out the Sojourn in response and what that will bring, because if you swing at the queen, you best not miss. Or the king, pardon.
Yeah, so it should be interesting to see that hit scan matchup if that can be kept up with, or
on the side of Sakura Mochi, on the DPS you've got Tiny Shiny and Lilac. For the tank you've got Fast Q, and on the support line you've got Patroclus and you've got Akechi. And again, as much as I was bigging up Lilac, the Sojourn King, Tiny Shiny was no slouch on the Tracer, and also especially on the Venture. We saw a lot of Venture out from her, and I think that we will continue to see it as we go forward. For Sakura Mochi, again, this DPS line is the one that I'm focusing on, but the rest of this roster, no slouches either. Fast Q on the Orisa, Fast Q on the Orisa has been terrifying at times, and Patroclus and Akechi have kept them all enabled to do a lot of damage. So as we go into our first map of the game, Fifi, I'm really looking at these DPS for both of these teams, for Lilac and Tiny Shiny, to keep it at the level we have seen from them on stream, and for for Atlas and Lawn Flamingo to keep up.
Yeah, and especially for Sakura Mochi, it can be really a challenge to do that, both because of the stamina and then also the mental aspect that I was kind of alluding to earlier. You got 3 out, and yeah, it was a close game, right? Which has some positive signs because you were playing such a good team so close. But on the other end of that, it kind of hurts more when it's a close game, right? Like if it was a fast 3-0, it's like, okay, whatever, we move on, we go next, and we can take a look at that and make the adaptations. But then the closer the game is, the more you're like, I should have done this instead, and that can build and get to you. So if Sakura Mochi can keep themselves to the level they were playing, though, I feel like they have a pretty solid shot of continuing on in this bracket.
I think so too, and I'm excited to see as we go into Control, what are these teams going to bring us? Are we going to see the same roster out of Sakura Mochi? And what are we going to see out of Pixel Peeps? It looks like we're going to be going to Samoa first and foremost.
Yeah, so I imagine for Sakura, we'll still be seeing a lot of that Orisa. You can be, you're quite able to play those brawlier compositions, especially on Volcano and Downtown. You can still be running the Orisa on Beach. It's just kind of more of a slow, more angly style until you can get control of that space, and then you can be holding up more. For Pixel Peeps, honestly, I mean, some of the maps are brawlier, but there's a lot of options available to you on Samoa, especially depending on the maps. I think Volcano is probably the one with the least variation. It's very close, very brawl-centered, but especially on the other two, you can play some spammier things, some divey things even. I think it's going to kind of come down to what Pixel Peeps are comfortable with, because a lot of people like to focus on what the current meta is, but excluding like the highest of levels, a lot of times it can just be better to play what you are comfortable with and familiar with rather than what is theoretically the best.
Yeah, and we saw that a lot in our last couple maps, is that a lot of these players are going to stick with things that they're more comfortable with. And I say that, and we do see the Hazard on the side of Pixel Peeps Rising. We also see the Wrecking Ball on the side of Fast Q, but however, that's bait. That's bait, and I'm not taking it. They did this last time, and I'm not falling for it. It's the Orisa, and I'm not going to be... Yeah, fool me once, shame on you. Fool us 3 separate times over 3 separate maps, shame on us. All right, they're sticking on this Hazard for Pixel Peeps, and they're rotating over to this right side high ground as Fast Q and the members of Sakura Mochi take pole position on point. Pixel Peeps Rising... The Pixel Peeps Rising are taking a very slow angle, wrapping around onto point as Lilac does get the advantageous position on high ground. It is going to pepper in the damage onto the Genji of Lawn Flamingo, getting a lot of value already over Atlas on this high ground. As now there goes Lawn Flamingo engaging onto Akechi and will find the initial pick as Road is going to get taken down a trade as both Junos go off of the field. Atlas gonna be taken down by Tiny Shiny on the Tracer, has a lot more sustain than the side of the Genji, and it'll be Sakura Mochi taking a solid first game for Pink.
Yeah, and I mean, we see a really nice pick coming out there from Lawn Flamingo, but it's immediately traded. And a lot of people like to talk about how livable Hazard is, but outside of the block, he doesn't have as much health and staying power as an Orisa does. So once those Junos go down, the Orisa's kind of able to anchor the point and give Sakura Mochi a pretty solid start to downtown here.
Giving them an incredibly solid start, as I'm not sure how I feel about these long rotations coming out from Pixel Peeps Rising. I'm not sure if we're going to see this pay out for them as they engage onto point. Tiny Shiny coming up onto this Pulse Bomb. And for Sakura Smochi, which is apparently what is on the line, you know, gets the pick under the brig. And that's all that you need sometimes. We'll lose that, but, well, it'll be Sakura Mochi getting a very solid play as Pixel Peeps. Atlas will take the high ground on this Sojourn. Lilac forced to play on the low ground, but does have the ultimate should he so choose to use it, pardon me. As, Satellite Vector comes through, fast Q on this Orisa, a very scrappy fight for Pixel Peeps as they just wait for the respawns to come through. Pixel Peeps look at themselves anchored on the point, and the re-engage will start to come through. Lilac on the Sojourn will take out Atlas immediately. Rally on the point from Sindir. There goes the ult from the Hazard. Doesn't catch a single person inside it, but that'll be it in the end, as finally Pixel Peeps will find their footing.
Yeah, but I mean, it took so long. Sakura Mochi already up to 80%, and they're trying to get the flip back. They now have Orbital of their own. Very powerful ult, not going to be able to be matched, and already finding a pick off of it.
Yeah, and Akachi taking out Zachary K. The Hazard that could stall out the point for so long is now gone, and a late pick onto both of the supports. That's devastating for Pixel Peeps, and that'll just be, I think that'll just be it for Pixel Peeps. And Sakura Mochi looking in prime position to take round one. And
yeah, I mean, they need to get
well,
a touch.
Atlas will take the point, and they won't.
Yeah, I mean, there's a decent chance there for Pixel Peeps if they were able to get over to the objective because they had both of their DPS ults available, but not going to be able to because that previous fight did get Sakura Mochi close enough to the finish line that, I mean, Pixel Peeps just couldn't get back in time. And I think it kind of came down to that one super long delayed fight where Pixel Peeps were kind of at a disadvantage for the majority of it, but just were sticking around and just letting Sakura Mochi accrue a massive amount of percentage, and just once that fight's over, it's already Sakura Mochi at 90%, and that's going to be the round over. But looking towards this round, again, same compositions pretty much coming out here. Good news though for Pixel Peeps, I feel like this point does favor the Hazard over the Orisa.
Yeah, that might be the only plus side for the Pixel Peeps. On that side, as we engage both these teams, it looks like Pixel Peeps are going to be the ones taking advantage of the high ground early on, as Lilac get dived on top of by Zachary K. Tiny Shiny over on the off angle is going to be forced to retreat and barely avoids the swift strike of Lawn Flamingo.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really nice catch out onto Lilac there from Pixel Peeps, and now that they have this space, they should be feeling pretty comfortable with this Hazard. If anyone steps past this choke, they could just be dead like Lilac.
Ooh, and Fastq in some trouble, has to use the shift just to get out, as now 26%, 27, and rising as Atlas is going to take out Tiny Shiny. And Pixel Peeps are roaring back into this fight as Sakura Mochi seem really like they're struggling. Tiny Shiny switching on to the Genji here. This is not a character we've seen a lot of out of her, so we'll have to see if it's going to be successful. Yeah, Fastq getting caught up by the wall again, and Sakura Mochi in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, this is really difficult for Sakuramochi to coordinate this, because Fastq's trying to walk up and take space, but the rest of the team has to be so afraid of if they walk too far. Again, the hazard could just punish them, but you kind of have to huddle together and monkeys together strong, right? And just get past that. Try to take the space. Maybe space on the far sides of the map so that you're a little further from the hazard, but eventually you do have to walk up so Fastq's just not left on an island.
That you do, but if you're caught out at any point, you could be in a lot of trouble. As now Fastq and Sakuramochi do get the opportunity to engage onto a very splintered Pixel Peeps. A lot of people on the off angle. It'll be the orbital strike from Road, really amplifying the damage of Zachary K, and Zachary K only. Sindir will use the rally, and that'll help Pixel Peeps keep this going. Fastq going to use the ult, and Akachi gonna get caught out by the blade. Lawn Flamingo will put the damage onto Fastq. It'll be Zachary K to finish the job. Lawn Flamingo gets that final pick onto Tiny Shiny, and we're tied up 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, really good signs there from Pixel Peeps, especially that last fight. I mean, I think they recognize that they've built up the support ults before Sakuramochi have. I mean, if you saw there, the orbital ray for Akechi was on 99, and Patroclus's was, the rally was at like 86. So if that fight goes just a bit longer, I mean, those ults come up and maybe it's a different story, but Pixel Peeps are able to capitalize on that quickly. Although again, now coming into Volcano here, Sakuramochi, the plus side for them is, I mean, this is a brawlier point. Although we are seeing Atlas maybe going to the Meg, try and lean into more of that brawl style here, even with the hazard.
Leaning into the brawl of the hazard is gonna be an interesting play. Pulling out the Mei, they're really doubling down on the idea of catching Sakuramochi out in their rotations, and they are going to catch Fastq in a bit of a pickle, but they'll escape. Tiny Shiny on Venture. This was the sub-map that we saw on Samoa, that she really started to come into her own on this Venture, as the wall's going to go up, keep Tiny Shiny away. 2 picks out of Lilac, and Sakuramochi have not missed a step.
I think that's really good from Tiny Shiny. She has her off angle and she's just putting so much pressure in, and Pixel Peeps, like, they can't ignore Tiny Shiny, so they're trying to move away, and they move directly into Lilac's sight. So now Sakuramochi starting with the first fight here, having this point control, being able to just hold this space with this Orisa comp is going to be a lot easier for them.
Yeah, and being able to, like you said, hold space and also sit on point. They don't have to ingress at all as they try and chase down Road on this Juno, and they will find them. They will find her, but they won't be able to keep their own Juno, as Zachary K is going to go down. Now Lawn Flamingo in some trouble, and it'll just be the rest of Pixel Peeps running away.
Again, I think that's really well played there from Sakuramochi. The hazard goes really deep and is able to kill Akechi, but I mean, Sakuramochi are fine with that because the hazard just has gone in too far and that can be punished. And now, as the percentage is accruing, ults are building here for Sakuramochi, and with that advantage, they could just keep snowballing this.
That was a very weird wall that came out of Zachary K. Just like stuck on the edge, and oh, that's nasty. Sindir takes out Tiny Shiny and just catches her as she's running from Zachary K. As the wall goes up, keeps Fastq right in the clutches of Zachary K for even just a bit longer. Lilac is gonna get taken down, and with 90% on the point, Sakuramochi will lose control of the objective.
Again, nice punishment from Zachary K, right? Like, if the hazard can find someone on an off angle that can't be supported, I mean, that person is just dead, and Zachary K does that a couple of times in that fight, first with the Venture, then with the Brig, and I mean, that's just how you make the hazard work. But now Sakuramochi, they just need one fight, and they've got 5 Qs to press. So if they can bait a couple of ults out here, and then next fight just use all of those, they should be golden.
That they should be, but they're going to lose Patroclus about the same time as they use their ult. They will find the pick onto Road, but they've already used 2 ults. They're gonna have Lilac pop an ult. They're using all the ults here, trying to claw this fight before they can get the respawn back in. And Atlas and Lawn Flamingo, they won't use their ults here. They'll have to wait for a recontest, but will they get the recontest in time? As Lawn Flamingo is actually gonna try and stall out the point. It's an honorable effort, but is it the smart choice?
I'm not sure. I don't think the Genji is going to be able to get back. We'll have to see if anyone can even get on the point here for Pixel Peeps. It's looking like the first round. I mean, they barely get on.
Barely get on as Atlas is going to pop the ult. It doesn't look like... Oh, Atlas is going to find the pick onto Tiny Shiny. Akachi will go down. And Lawn Flamingo is going to hold this blade. Incredible use of these ultimates. Pixel Peeps showing so much restraint, and they're going to take the point.
I mean, this is like worst case scenario for Sakuramochi. They used all their ults to win that fight, but they don't win it convincingly enough to close out off of it. And now they've got nothing, and Pixel Peeps a fight or 2 away. They have the blades still to work with. They're close to that hazard ult. And I mean, if they can just take these fights pretty cleanly, I mean, Pixel Peeps has just been let back into this map.
Yeah, and I have to big up Lawn Flamingo. Stalling out on the Genji might have actually just turned this map around as the blade gets pulled out onto the brig. It's gonna take out Patroclus. It's gonna take out Lilac. Lawn Flamingo has brought Pixel Peeps Rising to the verge of turning this map around. And with 13% remaining, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, Sakuramochi. They might just barely be able to get the touch, but they won't have their tank.
Yeah, they won't have their tank, and the difference between the stall fight with Sakuramochi is that they had several players still coming back. Pixel Peeps have all 5 members here to clean up these staggers. That's Lilac already down. The Kiriko has to be touching the point of Chuno as well.
Akachi gone! The ult comes out from Zachary K. It's not going to catch anyone, but in the end, it doesn't matter as Fast Q goes down. And what an incredible play from Pixel Peeps Rising. Incredibly heads up from them, from the Genji, from the entire team to tell Lawn Flamingo, to get Lawn Flamingo to stay on the point, to stall out even those extra few seconds. It allowed 4 members of Pixel Peeps to get grouped up behind, to get grouped up behind, as that point flipped over, get grouped up and push in as a unit. And then the blade catches 2. That round, at least the latter half of that round, Lawn Flamingo completely and totally won it. Like, domination on that side, both in terms of the macro and just heads up smart play. I can't stop gushing over that. That was incredibly smart. I didn't even realize it at the time.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also just really good fortitude there from Pixel Peeps. They lose the first round. They are down 90% to 0 on the 3rd round, but they're able to bring it back both in the overall map and in that 3rd round and start off 1-0 here in this very important elimination match here, right? So great start there for Pixel Peeps. If they can keep this momentum going forward, then I mean, they'll be able to live another day, right? But for Sakuramochi, I mean, I think this is devastating again, right? Like what I was saying about that upper bracket game that they lost, right? Close games are really difficult to lose and come back from. And not only did they just lose in the upper bracket in a really close game, that's a really close map to start this series off. And I feel like, you know, when that happens, I mean, the doubts start to creep in, right? And we'll have to see how Sakuramochi can continue even with that going on in the back of their heads potentially the whole time.
Yeah. Pardon me. Now going on to our hybrid map. I'm expecting nothing else but King's Row from this team, as this is the exact song and dance we went through the first time as they went in their head and they went, we need to stop them from playing this non-rush composition, or this your prototypical King's Row composition. So let's go to King's Row. And I say to you again, let's go to King's Row.
Yep, it has been confirmed. That is the pick coming out from Sakura Mochi, which I think probably of the hybrid maps makes the most sense. But one of the issues is Hazard is still also really good on King's Row. So I think this is probably the best map for Sakura Mochi's comp to work out with, but it's not really doing anything to stop Pixel Peeps in what they want to do. So while Sakura Mochi will still be getting to run this Orisa, we still need to figure out some solutions for this Hazard, because it's not like the map pick is just going to brush that under the carpet for later. So that is still going to be a very present problem.
That it is. And as we look to King's Row, remembering the last match that we saw on broadcast, where we saw Sakura Mochi just barely not be able to stave off the attack from MRG Amethyst. Hold true. At times it seemed like Sakura Mochi was on the brink of destruction. That's the thing, and it's why in that last long it seemed that they were at the brink of falling apart time and time again, but they were able to bring it together for one last fight. On their King's Row attack, it seemed like they were done at that final little push on point B, but they buckled down and they were able to win that fight and actually finish the map with time. They were in overtime in point B, finished with 20 seconds on point C. There is a lot of gumption in this team, and I think that there's a lot that they can do as we go forward to show off just how strong they are.
Yeah, now Pixel Peeps are trying to bait us too. Zachary was on the same one for a second, and I was getting excited. I was like, oh my goodness, that's so interesting. But no, just more of the Hazard. But I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense. They looked really good on Samoa with this comp, and again, as I was saying, King's Row still works perfectly well for the Hazard. So we're gonna be starting with that. Sakura Mochi looking again to the all reliable Orisa, but again, they're gonna have to figure out some ways to be dealing with this Hazard, but you take it one step at a time, right? How are they going to approach this first point? They look for a cheeky widow shot, not going to be able to find it. Okay, now we're on to our real heroes, and looking pretty much just the same.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to be doing. We're going to be on the exact same compositions that we have been on before, as Fastq going to be putting in a lot of damage into Zachary K. But looks like they're trying to rotate through Hotel, as Lilac looking to take pressure on the high ground, will put some damage into Sindir and into that other Sojourn, but in the end it's going to be Patroclus getting taken out first, and they can't push forward without that Brig.
I do like some of this though, right? I mean, Sakura and Mochi were trying to take that high ground. Lilac was a couple of pellets off of getting a kill that could have open this point. So if we keep going for that high ground, we keep getting those angles, I think this is good signs for Sakura Mochi.
I think that it's a good sign for Sakura Mochi as well. But as we go forward, you're just worried. Tiny Shiny barely staying alive. Recall forced out, still in Hotel, still in danger, and will fall to Road. Now all the pressure onto Lilac. Sakura Mochi now in trouble without their Tracer, and Tiny Shiny will switch to the Genji again. And again, we haven't seen this out of her as much. I'm interested to see if this is a diamond in the rough. It wasn't last time. We'll have to see a little bit more of it now. Zachary K putting the pressure onto Patrick, because on the break will take them down. And with 2 minutes on the clock, Pixel Peeps Rising have defended for 2 minutes. Sakuramochi are in trouble here.
Yeah, and again, as now the alt bank starts to build up. Here for Pixel Peeps, right? They're closing in on 5 ults, so if they can cycle this through effectively, right, this could be a full hold, which I think would just be so devastating here for Sakuramochi, especially given how well they looked on this map before, even if they lost it. But not over yet. They have their own ults to work with, but I'm not sure if this Genji swap will really be making that difference.
Oh, there goes the Juno ult from Pixel Peeps. Can Sakuramochi disengage on this? It looks like they are, as there goes the re-engage. They're going to use a great Juno ult to re-engage and gain them some space. There goes the ult from their tanks. Akechi's gonna go down first though, and Fast Q soon to follow. Sakuramochi, that was their big investment, and they couldn't find anything. Now with a minute to go, it seems like Sakuramochi are banging their heads against a wall.
Yeah, the one thing they have going for them here is this rally. I mean, Findir just used theirs, so now it's kind of going to be on Patroclus, right? If they can get a really good rally here, could sustain Sakuramochi even through that blade, but I think that might be really early.
Well, it's gonna be one to try and get them a good engage, and it will, but it'll be a disengage as Lilac is gonna pull their ultimate as well. That's, I don't know if I would have pulled the ultimate there, the overclock at that moment. Oh, as Lonflamingo is going to take down Lilac, Sakuramochi look to be in trouble. Lonflamingo is going to go down, so it's an even 4v4. Spawns advantage towards Sakuramochi, but there's no ultimates on the board. It's as close to a dry fight as you can get 4 minutes into the game. As these supports are charging up to ultimate. Tiny Shiny, close to Blade, the only ult on the field. Can she bring a miracle for Sakuramochi? In goes the Blade. There's a disengage from Pixel Peeps. Lonflamingo in some trouble. It's going to be Atlas. Low, but she's deep in. She's in some trouble. Lonflamingo's gonna get taken down as Tiny Shiny trades out. Zachary K will go down, and Sakuramochi pull victory from the jaws of defeat, get a miracle one last time. But how much longer till your luck runs out, Sakura?
Yeah, I mean, they win just barely, and I don't think that's a fight you can really be replicating there. I mean, you just have the blade into no ults, and Tiny getting the kill, and more importantly, I think pulling the attention, but also now on the Echo, right? So now literally not going to be something that can be done again here for Sakuramochi. And it will be interesting to see what Tiny is trying to do with this. If we can be poking the hazard down and making Zachary's life harder, that could be a good adaptation here for Sakura.
It could be, as Tiny Shiny has been going through a lot of different ultimates, and that's that was the speed ring from the side, as Lonflamingo is going to be the first to fall. Tiny Shiny now onto the Echo. Both support ults on the side of Pixel Peeps. We'll have to see if they use them to any effect in this next fight, as Road is going to get taken out. That is the fight won for Sakuramochi, as now Pixel Peeps have to disengage, but they're going to get caught on both sides. They're going to get completely pincered, as Sindir is going to go down.
Yeah, Lilac taking a really interesting angle bottom right there, able to find the pickoff with it, and then kind of snowballs from there. And I mean, these staggers are just great. If they can keep going off of this, Sakuramochi should just have this point captured with a significant amount of time given how long it took to cap first.
Yeah, and this is what Sakuramochi absolutely thrives in, as both Junos are going to use ult. It's going to be the rally as well. Lilac with the overclock. Can they find any big picks here? Is Rally going to come out from Patroclus? It's going to be Sindir getting taken out. Atlas now with the overclock going low and going to get taken out. A great focus beam from Tiny Shiny, braving the elements to try and get that pick. Pushes through the overclock. And now, from overtime to 2 minutes on the clock, Sakura Mochi is just an insane team.
Yeah, I mean, this is great, and that's pretty much everything off the table there for Pixel Peeps. They're close to the blade, but not much else, and Tiny going to have this dupe to start out, so if we can get a dupe on one of the sports or the hazard to go for an engage, I mean, this could be pretty good.
I'm interested in this May pick out of Atlas. There's not really a lot of choke points on this third point of King's Row to really use the wall to great effect. So we'll have to see exactly what Atlas is planning on doing with it. The walls oh, they're going to actually catch Fast Q. Tiny Shiny will copy the May, go very low, and is going to get taken out of the duplicate before she can do much of any damage. Fast Q going to charge up this ultimate that Lawn Flamingo has the blade. And there's nothing really defensive on the side of Sakura Mochi. And there goes the ult. Tiny Shiny will get taken down, traded out for Atlas. Fast Q will not be able to land any picks with the Terra Surge. Road into trouble facing off against Lilac, and Lilac will find the pick onto Road, as now Cindier, the only one left to combo onto Patroclus, as now it still staggers on the point, as Lilac is gonna get taken down in the middle of ultimate. That's massive there for Zachary K, and it might have just dashed the hopes of Sakura Mochi to live and get some time on the clock and finish the map even, as both Junos are going to use ult. There goes the blade through. Akechi will get taken out, and as time ticks down, Fast Q in some trouble. Only one left on point as Lilac will slide back in. Fast Q will get taken down as Lilac will go down, and a golden box victory will be set up for Pixel Peeps Rising if they so want to get to a match point, pardon.
Yeah, I mean, that's
At
really
their
good from
distance.
that's really good from Pixel Peeps there at the end. I mean, if the hazard and Brig go down staggered, then that could have just been Sakura Mochi carrying that momentum through. But because they're able to live, and more than live, they get multiple trades. And then Pixel Peeps were able to come back with the blade, with the orbital ray, and at that point it's just too much for Sakura Mochi to be able to handle. So great work there from Pixel Peeps. But given how this map started, Sakura Mochi have to be happy with how far they got. But now it comes down to this defense. Can they hold on? And Tiny Shiny opting over to the Venture. Kind of been playing a lot of mystery heroes here. I don't exactly... I like that at least something is being swapped around. I don't know if the hero is what necessarily needs to change, but I think Venture of the characters that Tiny has been on has been one of the better options. One thing you can actually do that really messes with Hazard is a Hazard will go in. You can drill dash when he tries to leave, and then he's just stranded, and that's a free kill. So Venture has quite an ability to mess with tanks, especially Hazard. So it would be interesting to see if Tiny Shiny tries to go for anything like that, or maybe more just standard short off angles and brawliness.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of good play from Tiny Shiny on the Venture before. That's why I was surprised that we saw so much of the Genji as she tried to put a bit more pressure on high ground and answer Lawn Flamingo. But now, Tiny Shiny onto the Venture. I'm excited to see what she brings to it. As, oh, Fast Q in some trouble behind the May wall. Tiny Shiny will get taken out on the Venture. Fast Q gone. And this is going to be a quick first fight win, especially with the stacker onto Patroclus. That's going to be point A, going the way of Sakura Mochi. Or pardon me, Pixel Peeps.
Yeah, I mean, really nice play there from Lawn Flamingo. She deflects the javelin right back into Fast Q, and just so much pressure then because of that, and goes down, and with the front line down, the rest kind of collapses, and Tiny back on the Echo. And I think maybe we could be optimizing the hero for one of these, but I think just continually swapping is kind of maybe messing with the flow of Sakura Mochi, and also preventing some of that ultimate buildup.
Yeah, we've usually seen her switch after using the ult or early on, so we haven't had as much ult loss as a great body block from Patroclus onto Road. That'll be a big play as Atlas just barely stays alive there, will get the ice block forced out, but Sakuramochi will put a quick stop to it.
Yeah, fortunately for them, even though they maybe don't have the ults, this choke is brutal to get through, so if they can just hold on to this, but I mean, nice there from Pixel Peeps to force them away.
Oh, and the Blizzard is going to come out early. Lilac is going to have to deal with Lawn Flamingo coming up on this Genji. A lot of ults coming up soon as Tiny Shiny in a lot of trouble, nearly getting taken out by a straight Icicle from Atlas. And it is going to get taken out by the deflect from Lawn Flamingo. Already, Pixel Peeps in a great position as Askew going to get some deflect on the ult as Patroclus is going to get taken down. Terra Surge goes through over top. It'll pepper in some damage, but all it'll serve to do is feed the support's ultimates as Pixel Peeps Rising keeps this cart moving, and I don't think Sakuramochi can get a foot on point.
I mean, this is brutal. I don't think there's any way they touch this. And
No.
now, what's the timing? 5 minutes here? And
5
that's
minutes.
another stagger. And it's not even that the Sakuramochi has to hold to the third point here. The golden box of victory, as you can see, is right there. So now they have 5 minutes to hold to that box right there. I mean, this is just going to be brutal. It's basically just one fight Pixel Peeps needs to get. But I mean, that's a nice pick.
It's a good opening pick as Lilac is going to use the overclock. I don't know. I think if you get the pick on you got the pick on the Juno. So they're going to win this fight, but it's a quick disengage. It's never a big fight win. And there goes the re-engage from Atlas with the Blizzard. Where'd the Blizzard go? I'm not sure, but either way, rally out from Patroclus. Tiny Shine is going to copy onto the Hazard. And will just barely charge up this ultimate, but it'll be a one fight long before this ult is going to go through. It could enable a big stagger. Yeah, it might enable a stagger onto Zachary K.
Yeah, I mean, Zachary very low. Tiny Shiny has to be careful not to overstep there, though. Now the Maywall to try and punish Fascu, barely going to be able to survive. No, will go down, and I mean, now this gives a lot of space here for Pixel Peeps.
And Lawn Flamingo is going to catch 2 out with the Blade. It's brutal out here for Sakuramochi, and I don't know. Patroclus has to switch on to the Lucio with Lilac taking the venture. Zachary K has the ultimate online as Tiny Shiny and Patroclus are going to be caught out. And that'll be all she wrote for Sakuramochi. King's Row will not go their way. And now, one game away from elimination, Pixel Peeps is now right there.
Yeah. I mean, I think Sakuramochi had kind of the right idea, right? Like, when you have big time banks like this, you kind of want to do everything you can to shave just a little bit more off, right? So if they could have gotten that stagger, that could have been, you know, another 10-15 seconds off the clock there. But I think overestimating their advantage there just a little bit, and with that, I mean, Pixel Peeps grab on and do not let go, and that's King's Row, and kind of really worried here for Sakuramochi. This, again, they haven't been able to really stem that bleeding since the earlier broadcasted game today against MRG, right? And at the rate this is going to be another 0-3 here for Sakuramochi, and Pixel Peeps aren't letting their foot off the gas at all. They're just continuing to go, right? And yeah, Sakuramochi, something's gotta change here coming into this third map.
Completely agree. Sakuramochi have been completely caught off guard by the Hazard gameplay so far. of Pixel Peeps Rising. Also, I just want to put out there from our lobby host Mara, you might have seen Pixel Pukes won there.
Let's see that.
The teams asked them to do this. They were asked to do this. That was not Mara and having a little scheming moment.
No, it's okay.
They
we
were
can just blame Mara.
asked to. I mean, we could, but it would be dishonest, and I would never lie on stream.
That's so true.
Anyway, as we're gonna go to a quick break to, I guess, give Sakura Mochi a bit of time to brainstorm and see what they're gonna come back with into map 3, into Clash, and see if they can keep themselves alive, even just for another map, or if they're going to be falling to elimination, and the Pixel Peeps will be moving on, keeping themselves alive in the lower bracket for one more match. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back after this.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight new wave. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours.
Hi, welcome back to the world's worst math stream as the casters struggle to figure out what is half of what. We were counting down.
It's hard.
We were counting down and we said 20 seconds. I went, wow, that's so little. And then we said 10 seconds and I went, wow, that's half of 10. No, it's not. 10 is not half of 10.
Henty.
Oh boy, we are back and at it with the one and only Kunoichi Rising Championship here with Pixel Peeps Rising and Sakura Mochi. Before we went to the break, we had Sakura Mochi going down 0-2 in a story similar to what we saw in their upper bracket game this afternoon. But we've seen their opponents, Pixel Peep Rising, really dominate on basically both of these maps. They've had some very good performances. Their control was pretty close, but King's Row was solidly, decidedly in the hands of Pixel Peeps. So I have to ask you, Fifi, what do you think has to change for Sakura Mochi if they want to stay alive?
I mean, it's really difficult, especially because our next map type here is Clash, and I feel like I'm looking at both these Clash maps, and I'm not really feeling like either of these is very good here for Sakura Mochi. They will be picking Throne of Anubis, which I think honestly might be the worst of the two for them. I think has some nice high ground and angles here for the Hazard to be able to take in stage on, as opposed to at least Hanaoka is a little more flat, but this is what they have chosen to go on, and it might be their last choice here in this tournament if they're not able to figure something out here to deal with this Hazard.
Yeah, and you have to be worried as we look towards these potentially last map for Sakura Mochi. One last chance for them to push through, for them to get any opportunity, as they're showing us exactly what they're going to do, minus you're probably going to see Tiny go on to either the Tracer or the Venture as the doors open to Sakura Mochi's elimination map.
Yeah, going to be opting for the Venture. At the very least here for Sakura Mochi, I think this is a very good Venture map. So if Tiny Shiny can kind of work that off angle over to the left and get a lot of value, that could be quite a bright side here. But I mean, this is going to be very difficult. And they also have the Mei, which is going to work very nicely in this inside area.
It's going to work incredibly nicely with these tight chokes for Pixel Peeps. We saw those walls get so much value as Cindeer is going to be the first taken down. Lilac finally coming into their own on the Sojourn as Tiny Shiny is going to get taken down. Now an even 4v4 as Sakura Mochi starts to take a point C. We'll have to see. Pixel Peeps are going to opt for the Genji two-touch point, but Lawn Flamingo's not gonna be able to get out of there alive, and it looks like Pixel Peeps might have been a little confused as to whether or not they were pushing in as they lose both their DPS. Staggered the scattered. It's going to be Sakura Mochi getting a great position going into point B, and they're probably gonna get they're gonna get the stagger onto Zachary.
Yeah, that's really important. They're now going to be able to take a lot of space that would be much harder to if you have to worry about a hazard jumping on you at any point. And so Lilac can get set up here. I mean, we were talking earlier about how well Lilac was playing in that previous match. So, I mean, no time would be greater than now for him to come online.
Yeah, and I think he might just do it as we get Lawn Flamingo gonna find the first pick, and Atlas will find another. And it seemed like they were set up so well, Sakura Mochi, but they lose it immediately. They'll have the defensive advantage for point C, but you have to be worried there. They had all the advantage in the world.
Yeah, I think you just kind of need Patroclus to be playing with Lilac there, at the very least, if not also Akechi, because alone, the Sojourn is just going to be so susceptible to both the Hazard and the Genji there, which is what they ended up going down to. But now, as you're saying, they at least have the defensive advantage.
They do have the defensive advantage, so there goes the ult. It's going to trap up Lilac, and Zachary K's gonna jump on top of that as Fasky's gonna hold the ult. Can't catch Atlas out as the Blizzard comes through. Atlas in trouble, but it's 3 frozen up, and the blade will cut through 3. Pixel Peeps, a big ultimate investment, but it'll be a fight they win.
That's a crazy Blizzard there from Atlas. I would be terrified in that moment of either Majaxing or just throwing my Blizzard straight into FastQ's spear, but is able to get it off and freeze multiple, and I mean, that's just a crazy fight-winning ult, and now they have Juno ult advantage. This could just continue to snowball here for Pixel Peeps.
And that would be devastating. As the dive comes in, Akechi goes down. Lilac has the ultimate, but can he find any picks with it? And the answer is going to be no. It's just not there. Road will go down, and it seems like their luck has run out.
At the very least here, Sakura Mochi now do have ult advantage. They got that stagger kill, so it's going to be very hard for Pixel Peeps to take space early. And they have crazy defenders advantage here coming into this last point. Yeah, Pharah is very strange. It might give Lilac the ability to play super far back and still have a lot of spam pressure, which might help to survive against the Hazard here, but still playing really far up could get punished, but he's able to find that kill onto Atlas.
A great pick onto Atlas as the rotation was coming through. So as Sakura Mochi start to tick up this point, Cinder's going to get taken out, and I mean, I guess they don't really have a lot to counteract this Pharah. Taking advantage of this composition's weakness, it might be a good play for Sakura.
Yeah, the one thing I'm worried about here is I don't really know where Lilac's going to be able to find a faraway angle on this point. I think kind of anywhere Lilac wants to go might just be able to be stuffed by Zachary K, who is currently on this right side where it was looking like Lilac's going to go.
Tiny Shiny going to dash around. We'll get some damage in onto Zachary K as Atlas going to go through. Tiny Shiny popping the Venture ultimate as well. No picks in the kill feed from it, but didn't a lot of damage onto the DPS of Pixel Peeps. And it'll be Sakura Mochi finally equalizing at 3-2-3. Now going into point C.
Yeah, starting to stabilize a bit here, and I think Sakura Mochi, they have a chance to continue to push this through. They have the Terra Surge and the Barrage. It would be really funny if we saw like a Overwatch 1 Classic full Barrage.
Wait. Oh, Zachary K might be in trouble, barely able to escape with their life in the end, but that could have been disastrous as Lawn Flamingo behind the wall. There goes the Pharah, the Barrage online, going to use it with 75 HP, but Lilac is going to get taken down immediately. Lawn Flamingo goes down to the Terra Surge, the 4v4 Blizzard in over the top, wall gets thrown in behind them. Tiny Shiny will get taken down now into 3v4 with Pixel Peeps in the advantage, but the satellite vector is there for Sakura Mochi, but there's just not a lot of people there to follow up on it as respawns start coming in. Patroclus in some trouble. Genji going to chase them down, and that's a big pick there. A Brid going down. Lilac can't properly hit the E out, will still escape with their lives. Lawn Flamingo in some trouble, will find the pick onto Tiny Shiny, but very low. Will get hit by the Javelin Spin, and in a brutal back and forth, pick after pick fight, it seems like Pixel Peeps will find the better of it, as Patroclus and Lilac are going to be staying on the point. Patroclus, I guess, just trying to charge up to this rally, but Sakura and Mochi are playing to the last person, and as Tiny Shiny's gonna find the pick onto Road, that could be the turnaround here, as Fastq has established a bit of a point. This is gonna get taken down. That's a great play by Akechi. Lawn Flamingo's gonna go down. Have they actually pulled this through? Have they actually found a way? Sakura Mochi must have every good luck charm in the world, but they might have just found the end of their rope, as Akechi's going to go down. They need to find this pick onto Road, and they will find the pick onto Road. Incredible. But I ask them again, how much longer till the show goes south?
I mean, that's an incredible clutch from them. I thought they were just staggering. I mean, Zachary is still going to go for this. This point is still continuing, and they are close to the support ults. This could be winnable for Pixel Peeps.
Wait, they catch Patroclus. There goes the Orisa ult, as it's gonna catch Road. That might have just been it. Sindir uses the rally down too. Can Sindir find the value here? Lilac is actually gonna go down. They can't let this happen. They can't abide by this. There's no way. Zachary K is going to go down, and that has to be the end of it. It's just the Genji. Well, no, the respawns are coming in. And they're going to use the Juno ult, the Blizzard as well. There goes the recontest with Akechi's ult, and they're still playing for point C, seemingly 5 minutes later. Still on to point C is Tiny Shiny, going to use the Venture ult. Patroclus is going to be going down. No picks off the Venture ult. Tiny Shiny in some trouble, will get the burrow through. Atlas and Road in a lot of trouble, as it's going to be a great deflect, deflecting the ultimate onto Lilac with Tiny Shiny. Will find the pick onto Road, as Fastq in some trouble finds the pick onto Lawn Flamingo. Tiny Shiny goes down. Fastq landing 2 picks. Zachary K still holding block on point. Terra Surge is online for Fastq. I'm running out of breath. I'm running out of patience.
Terra Surge this point.
And I don't know if this is gonna keep on going, as the staggers are still coming in. Zachary K has ult if they choose to use it. Lawn Flamingo's gonna go down. There's the Terra Surge in the rally. And finally, will Pixel Peeps retreat and tap out? Good God.
Oh my God, what was that fight? I mean, that went on for so long, but a silver lining here for Pixel Peeps is they've held on to 3 ults. They're close to that orbital array, where Sakura Mochi had to invest several just to close out at the end there. So coming into this point, I think Pixel Peeps should have the advantage to bring it back to another fight on point C.
That they might, as a big ult comes through. Lawn Flamingo with the blade catches 2. Tiny Shine is going to go down and immediately turn it around. It's going to be a fight for point C to decide if Sakura Mochi gets one last chance at life, or if Pixel Peeps will shut them down and send them to elimination.
Sakura Mochi, we need to be really careful about the early part of this fight, because there's Pulse Bomb, there's Orbital Ray. If either of those get significant value for Pixel Peeps here, that could just be the map and the series and Sakura Mochi eliminated. But if they can stall for their own Orbital, their own Venture ult, their own Barrage, then Sakura Mochi could continue this series.
I'm keeping my eye on Akechi's ult charge. Now 10% to ult. We need to see this ult before that happens. There's the trade coming through. Pulse Bomb thrown in is not going to find anything on the board. There goes the Orbital Ray from Akechi. Barrage is gonna catch 2. Lilac finds the tank, finds Atlas before falling themselves, and Sakura Mochi have somehow, some way turned this around. The
Zachary's
big
on the
E
ball.
is coming up. It's not gonna be enough. The boop comes through, and my good God, Sakura Mochi have to be the most stress-inducing team. If you are a fan of this team, go and take some blood pressure medication, because we're going to another map.
Yeah, what did I just watch? That might be one of the most insane Clash fights I have ever seen. I feel like there were 15 or so odd kills where I was like, surely that's it. Surely that swings the
Surely.
momentum and is going to be enough for someone to win this fight and close it out. But I mean, it just kept going, and I think the fact that Sakura Mochi win that kind of gives them the momentum, right? It's just such a long, brutal fight, so to come out on top, it gives them what they need to push through the rest of that map. And one thing I want to call your attention to, K-Wing, is the fact that so far this series, these are the same 3 maps they played against MRG Amethyst, and the first 2 went the same way as they did against that team. But this one, we're seeing a flip. We're seeing Sakura Mochi. They still have life in them. I mean, clearly after that fight. And I mean, if they can pull that off, if they can have the ridiculous number of hero plays to win that, and then also to close out on that final fight, which in its own right would have been an insane fight, but given it just came after that mammoth of a battle we saw, I mean, it's just ridiculous. But Sakura Mochi, I mean, this might put the wind in their sails to come back here.
Oh man. Oh, I love the fact. Okay, for those of you unaware, Tiny Shiny, the DPS of Sakura Mochi, is an admin here. She's a stream team lead. Our producer just put in, they should put a time limit on Clash points. And Tiny Shiny replied, I hate that game mode. And my response to that is thus: get out of live 1, Tiny. Get out of
Focus
live
up, girl.
1.
Focus
You
up.
have a game to win.
Get your
Goodness
headset back
gracious,
on.
you're going to Flashpoint next. Start talking strats. My God. Oh my goodness. That was, I think, truly the most insane Clash map I have seen in a while. And I think it's something that could only come at this level of play. And that is not to knock the skill or the, like, any of these players, because they are incredible and they are skilled. But teams that are high level, that are your OWCS, that are your, you know, tier 2, tier 3 teams, they will call those fights. They will go like, all right, pull back, pull back. You will never, ever see something like that. It is only right here that you will see a single Clash point take like 2 minutes. Two full minutes of our lives on this earth. And you only get one of those. 2 minutes of that spent on that one Clash fight. Oh my goodness. But
Yeah.
we have to move on, Fifi, and we are going to we are heading to Flashpoint next.
No, I think it's push. I just heard Esperanza is going to be played, I believe.
Is that the push icon? Am I going crazy?
No,
is that what the Flashpoint
it
icon?
is, but I did just hear that the map pick was Esper, so
I heard that the map pick was Esperanza as well. But
what's going on here? Oh, it's both of them. Okay.
Oh, okay. So, what we have been told by our producer, our wonderful, wonderful producer, Echo, is that while we have the flashpoint icon shown, there you go.
Oh.
It is flashpoint and push. So the teams can choose between either flashpoint maps or push maps. And Pixel Peeps have chosen push and Esperanza.
Yeah, and I think this makes a lot of sense. Again, it's another map that kind of has a bunch of nice high ground for Hazard, a bunch of nice staging points, which, I mean, maybe didn't pan out on Throne of Anubis. I don't think that's why they lost, right? But it wasn't enough there. But I think the theory is still solid. So I think a pick like this makes a lot of sense. It's going to be very hard for this Orisa comp to be able to deal with those high grounds, with being able to kind of close the gap. So I think this is a pick that makes a lot of sense. And I mean, this map is so beyond important for both of these teams here. For Sakura Mochi, they need it to stay alive. And for Pixel Peeps, if you lose this, I mean, the amount of mental pressure playing in a map 5, let alone a map 5 that you're trying to stop yourselves from getting reverse sweeped for elimination in a tournament, I mean, it would just be immense pressure. So they've really got to cut this off here.
That's what's on the line in Esperanza. One of these teams trying to keep that snowball rolling, and the other team trying to hit it with the hairdryer. We'll have to see who can win out. I'm incredibly excited because I think with that last fight on Throne, the mental game of Sakura Mochi has to be completely and utterly 100%. The best I can put it is manic. I have won some of those fights before, those like long, dragged out, drawn out fights that you have no business winning. And it is like joy distilled. It is just like, it is an indescribable feeling. Oh my gosh, I'm like, I need to take like a drink of water. I'm fervent right now. I'm fervent.
I get what you mean. I mean, I was just sitting here watching that fight, and I mean, I feel kind of manic myself right now. I mean, just insane energy from that fight. And I think one thing it might have done is just like entirely flipped the mental game here for Sakura Mochi. I mean, I was talking about the stress of these constant close losses, but to have just such a ridiculous win come in your favor, I feel like you can kind of forget about the things that have happened previously today and be like, I mean, we just won that absolute dog fight there. Surely we can keep this going. We've got this. But they still have to play the game, and Pixel Peeps now, they've had a moment to try and cool off after that one. So if they can kind of get a mental reset, brush it off, coming into Esperanza, I think this map gives them a pretty solid advantage.
I think so too. I think that Esperanza is great for Hazard. I'm interested to see if maybe Throne of Anubis taught Sakura Mochi something about trying to counteract this Hazard as we move in to Zachary K and Fast Q on these tanks. Before I said it was a duel of the DPS, I have changed my mind. I think this is a duel of the tanks. Fast Q and Zachary K have been elite so far. And I think when Fast Q is popping off, I think that that's when Sakura Mochi can really start going. And that's how you stop this oppressive hazard. As the doors open, it's a lot riding here.
Yeah, again, I mean, both these teams have shown that these are the comps, these are the ideas that they believe will let them win here for them. So no switches gonna be had today. Still the Orisa, still the hazard. And I mean, this first fight is so important to push. So we'll have to see which of these teams can kind of pull off the advantage here.
That we will, as Zachary K is going to be eating a spear courtesy of Fast Q. Both these teams are going to be taking the left side instead of trying to duel on the right side, as you often see a lot of teams play on Esperanza, not really playing for the bot. These teams are going to be playing for the bot. Sindir in a bit of trouble, going to have to wait for the support regen to come through. Pixel Peeps Road charging up to this ultimate incredibly fast, already 60% to the orbital ray. Lilac on the side of Sakamochi has a good long sight line, but Lawn Flamingo is out hunting for Sojourns, as Road is going to get taken down first. Lilac finding 2 picks to get Sakuramochi an early fight win.
That's such a ridiculously scattered fight. I mean, Lilac, it might be a little confusing there, but that's Lilac actually coming from the flank to kill Road there. So just ridiculously scattered and scrappy. But I mean, as we saw last map, I think that's kind of been to the advantage of Sakuramochi. So maybe part of the win condition is kind of just making things more and more crazy and believing that you will win out in those moments.
Fast Q nearly fell there, as Tiny Shiny is going to get taken down, but Zachary K goes too deep. And that's a trade you take every day, but you lose Lilac, and now you're in some trouble. Fast Q has the ultimate. Might end up needing it here to even up. Going to put it onto the Brig. Won't catch any damage, but it'll gain them some space, as there goes the Blade. There goes both Juno ults. But a lot of ults on the side of Pixel Peeps Rising, and it'll get them the win in that fight, as that Blade damage boosted is dangerous.
Yeah, I was wondering if Sakura were going to commit, and I think they did have an opportunity to a little bit earlier, but by the time they used their support ults, there was a Juno ult, there was a Blade, and Patroclus goes down immediately with that rally, and now neither of those to work with, and plenty of ults here for Pixel Peeps, plus the defender's advantage, plus this high ground. They've got a lot going for them here.
They have quite a lot going for them here, and they're going to use the early hazard ult. Doesn't look like it'll catch anything, but they'll take the lead. No, Fast Q is actually going to get there. And a great play by Tiny Shiny. Tiny Shiny is going to land a pick onto 2, keep it even. Looking for the pick onto the Juno. That Juno's incredibly low. Tiny Shiny will land onto 3. Looking now for the Genji. Can they make it 4? Genji find the Genji. It'll just be 3, but Lawn Flamingo is actually going to take down Tiny Shiny. And Patroclus is going to go down. How they've lost it. They've lost it, Fifi. I don't know how they've done it, but they have.
I mean, I think it's an incredibly important win there for Lawn Flamingo. I mean, Tiny was going on a rampage, but not able to quite find Lawn, gets the Mega, and is able to kill Tiny, which just entirely flips the momentum of that fight. But Sakuramochi, I mean, they kind of bought time for the rest of their players to come back.
That it will. As Tiny Shiny gets back incredibly fast on the point, Lilac in some trouble. He's going to get healed up. Ooh, the Brig has to play forward. Just this rotation now, trying to push onto the high ground. Atlas uses the ultimate. A lot of danger there. Sakuramochi aren't willing to peek onto Atlas. As Atlas now in some trouble. Lilac and Atlas are both going to go down, but Akachi will fall first. Rally out from Sindir. And you have to put a stop to this if you're Sakuramochi. You can't let them get forward spawns, but it seems like they won't have a choice.
A really nice play there from Pixel Peeps. I was really worried about Atlas being so in there, and I thought that, I mean, they would just get punished, but like they do fall, but it's a nice play there. They come in with the rally and kind of punish all those members trying to deal with Atlas, and they're gonna get the checkpoint off it, and they've still got this Blade, they've still got this Hazard ult, and they've got the Juno ult as well. Pixel Peeps could just snowball this and make it completely out of control.
Tiny Shiny tries to do a Blink Pulse Bomb, but won't land the stick in the end. I don't know there. Fast Q taking a lot of space as there goes Zachary K in from the high ground. Doesn't look like they'll find anything, but Akechi is going to get taken down. They might have caught Akechi in that ultimate there as Patroclus goes down. That's it. Oh, that's Juan Flamingo finding another confirm. And Sakura Mochi are in a lot of trouble. The momentum for Pixel Peeps is enormous.
Yeah, and Lilac now on this Sombra. I don't know if this is the answer. Tiny on the Echo as well. I don't know if this will really be helping here, but I mean, they're trying something. They do still have the support also, so this should be their fight to win. I mean, they need to win this fight.
They 100% need to win this fight. They'll use the Juno ult and a good disengage from Pixel Peeps. Can they find the pick onto Atlas? Lilac finds the pick onto Atlas. That's a massive one. Finds the pick onto Genji as well. Will give their life, but Lilac, he's got depth. He's got skills. And what a great play from them. Can they get the stack onto Zachary K as well? They can. Sakura Mochi, both support ults invested, but a big fight to win.
I mean, okay, if Lilac's gonna do that and already have EMP, I won't question it. But yes, they do have to use both support ults here. So I'm not sure how much distance they're really gonna be able to get off of this, but if they can win this, if they can get checkpoint and win the next fight with EMP, they could be equalizing the distance here.
That they could, but they lose Patroclus early on. It's disastrous. And Akechi goes down to the blade. They'll find a pick onto Road, but it just isn't enough. Juan Flamingo is just going to go wild, and Atlas will catch two. These DPS. It seems like whenever I gas up one part of Pixel Peeps, the other decides to just go nutty.
Yeah, I mean, for Sakura Mochi there, you're really going to be wishing you had that rally for the blade, but you don't now. Again, you're kind of defending against getting full capped on here. They do have the EMP though, so if they can get a clean EMP here from Lilac, that could just be a single ult used for a fight win.
But it could. There's the EMP. It'll catch three, and it'll catch four, pardon, and it's a great. That'll be it. It's exactly as you said. A clean EMP and a easy fight win for one ult, and they rallied.
Yeah, I think that's more than you were even hoping for there, because Cindy are popping the rally, so now that's one off the board there. So in this fight, Road's going to be first to that Juno ult, but Akechi is not too far behind, so this fight can go long, and they can get the Juno ult and be able to match that up and win this. Again, right, they're a couple of close fights away from being able to match that distance, even though it looks like such a big advantage.
Now, it's only a couple fights, and Sakura Mochi, we've seen the power of the snowball as we get into this fight. Zachary K looking around, trying to find it early. Tiny Shiny will copy the hazard, dive into the back line, and charge up that ult incredibly quickly. We'll get to use it. We'll find the freeze onto Zachary K, and that'll be a massive fight. It'll get them forward spawns as well, but will they won't be able to get it in time for Patroclus to respawn on them. I think it was just barely.
Yeah, but again, you take that. You just use dupe and Terra Surge, and Tiny Shiny getting so much value with that hazard dupe first into the Terra Surge, then popping the downpour and being able to go in and follow up on that. And now Sakura Mochi have these support ults, and they're getting this bot push, but they don't really have a whole lot of space to work with here.
But they have the Juno ult, and they're gonna be able to use it. Good denial of the dive in as Atlas's ult not finding much in the way of value right now. That's good. Zachary K is gonna go down first. Lilac will be traded out, but that's a trade you take any day of the week for Sakura Mochi. Cindier is gonna go down next. Oh, as Patroclus goes down, they'll get some bot progress, but they need a big pick here. Oh, Javelin is just going to whiff for fast Q.
Bot's being stolen.
The bot's been stolen. They took the bot away. So much progress has just been erased. A couple seconds gone, but they're big ones.
yeah, I mean, you could be pushing and gaining progress right now, but I mean, so now they're gonna have to win another probably 2 fights. They're close to the EMP, but
fights.
they need to build it up.
Oh, the blade just gets hacked and stunned. It gets completely negated, hacked again. As long as something is gonna go down, they do lose Patroclus though. They find the pick on a Cindy Sakura Mochi. It seems like they have the X Factor. They do so well. Wait, can they find the pick on a Zachary K? Zachary K so low, but Atlas finds the pick on a Lilac. And there's heals onto Zachary K. That stagger could have been brutal, but Zachary K is still so low. Tiny Shiny is on the case. Can they find that pick? That could have been massive, but they don't find it in the end. And it might have just been the fight, the map win, that they missed their Terra Surge over the top. No damage onto it. And it's the Juno ult coming up soon. There goes the Hazard ult over on the point.
Tiny has to go big here. I mean, there's so many support ults. The downpour could be big, but just popped out of that. And I mean, now there's kind of nothing to work with, but I mean, they're finding the trades here on
Lilac
the point.
and Fastq.
No. What is happening?
It's just Fastq on point, and that's the match. Sakura Mochi, one of the teams that we have seen with so much in the way of X Factor in winning when all the chips are down, when the narrative just demands it, when there is nothing else you can do, when their backs are against the wall. They seem to have everything in their favor, all of the skill, all of the luck, but at some point that luck runs out. It was just not enough. Putting up a valiant effort in those final moments of that fight, of that map, of that match. But they had just gone to too deep of a deficit in the match and in the map that they couldn't dig themselves out of it. Such an incredible performance, and they can go into Oblivion with their head held high as the Pixel Peeps move on in the lower bracket run. They had a quick brush with some fear there, but they keep on running.
Yeah. I mean, and if Sakura Mochi did nothing else, they at least gave me multiple heart attacks today. I mean, I thought they were gonna somehow manage to turn that last fight around there. I mean, as you're saying, I don't know. I thought the narrative would work out for them. And it looked like for a moment they were turning it around. But again, Pixel Peeps have had excellent fortitude throughout this series, right? All the way going back to the start, as I was talking about with Samoa, and then I mean, they lose a brutal Throne of Anubis, but don't let it phase them. They stay calm even at the end there when in such a scrappy fight that, I mean, they absolutely needed to win. So major props to them. They're living on to see another day, to keep fighting in the Kunoichi Rising Championships.
That they are, and that's going to be it for us today. We've had a lot of great games of Overwatch. Some we've had the great pleasure to bring to you on the stream, but others we have not, that have been happening off stream. So let's get a look at the bracket to see just how far we've come from the start of the day. Off stream, we had Kaiju Core MX take down Fruit Salad, sending them into the lower bracket. 3-2-1, they're moving on to face off against MRG Amethyst, the team we saw in the match before this one, take down Sakura Mochi and send them into the lower bracket. Then, as we go forward into the lower bracket, we had Pixel Peeps Rising take out greater than colon 3-0. We had Crimdra take out Fable Rising 3-1. And Crimdra and Fruit Salad seem to be still ongoing. But as we see Pixel Peeps Rising move forward, they will be facing the winner of that match in losers round 3. We're actually getting word right now that Fruit Salad won that match 3-0. So it's going to be Pixel Peeps Rising facing off against Fruit Salad tomorrow. And that's going to be right here in the same time at the same place. Actually, let me make sure that it is the same time at the broadcast schedule. It is the same time. We're going to be coming to you at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So mark your calendars for that. We're going to be bringing you the upper finals, the lower finals, and then the grand finals. So we've got a lot more Overwatch to play tomorrow, but that's it for us today. What an incredible day of Overwatch, Fifi.
Yeah, and I mean, only more to come tomorrow. I mean, already have some bangers on the docket, so you definitely don't want to miss it.
No, you don't. And just in case you don't want to miss it, hit that follow button and hit the bell so you'll be notified and you won't miss it, even if you forget, like me. I'm a very forgetful person, so hitting that bell is very nice if I want to keep in touch with the Kunoichi Overwatch scene. And I'm also going to be bringing you the upper bracket finals tomorrow, so tune in for that. I'm going to bring that with bells tomorrow, so a lot of fun there. Thank you so much to Kunoichi Overwatch, to our producer, Tiny Shiny, to our observers who have already rightly left after a long, long day of work.
Yeah.
And thank you to Echo,
Echo's
our producer. Echo,
Yeah,
our
yeah.
producer. Did I say, who did I
You
say
said
was our
Tiny.
producer?
You said Tiny. Thank you, Tiny, for playing excellently, and
Thank you,
all the
Tiny,
other
for-
players who played well today.
Whoopsie daisies. Tiny is
Yeah, Tiny was
multitasking,
playing it,
producing and
producing.
playing. Thank you to Tiny for being the stream team lead. Oh, I'm gonna sign off before I make any more embarrassing mistakes. Ignore what I said in the second match, King's Row. It's fine. Anyway, thank you for joining us on this ride. Have a nice day, and we will see you tomorrow for more Kunoichi Rising Champs. We'll see you then.
Yeah. 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 Memories. Memories.